Hello, everyone. Welcome to Devex at the 75th World Health Assembly. I'm Jenny Ravelos, Senior Global Health Reporter for Devex. And with me here in Geneva is Devex Senior Editor Amruta Biatnal.
Hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here and to present the panels and interviews that we have for you today. We're right here on the ground, as Jenny mentioned, in Geneva, and we've been here the past couple of days following the World Health Assembly, and it's been quite a momentous one so far, Jenny.
It is. I mean, yesterday we've had some big decisions at the WHA. One, first of all, is the re-election of Dr. Tedros as Director General of WHO. And also, for so long, people have been talking about WHO financing. And yesterday, member states finally adopted recommendations to hopefully increase the flexible funding of the organization. I mean, I know that you're inside Palais yesterday when that was happening. Can you tell us a little bit about, what was the feel, what was the atmosphere?
Right, exactly. I was on the floor, as they say, when the decision was made, when it was adopted, and everyone, all the countries erupted in applause, and it was quite a historic moment to even be there witnessing that. And I actually asked Bjorn Kummel later on if applause is something that's common, and he said not really. So it felt very special. But of course, that is something that we've just seen and we'll be reporting on, but the next couple of days are going to be quite sobering at the assembly.
Yes, I mean, even today, they're still talking about preparedness measure, health emergencies. There's talk about sexual exploitation and abuse that my colleague Sarah Jerving will be following on. Tomorrow there will be discussions about Ukraine. Of course, it's really something that's taken the agenda of the assembly as well this week.
Yeah.
And yes, so we're midway through. It's some decisions have been made, but still a lot more.
Yes, exactly. And following up from the decisions that are being made at the assembly, we're here today. We're talking to some pretty big heavy hitters and global health experts from around the world. So, Jenny, you're going to be interviewing quite a few stars, as they say.
Yes, so I'm excited about that. Yesterday, I spoke to Bjorn Kummel, who you all know perhaps is the chair of the WHO Working Group on Sustainable Financing. So, what are the next steps? Some of the details on that document, on that adoption. And then I'm also be speaking with Precious Matsoso, who you all know is the co-chair of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body that's drafting and to negotiate a pandemic accord or whatever, how they want to call it at this point. I'm also going to be speaking with Miss Lois Space regarding the amendments to the international health regulations and other U.S. priorities. And also, of course, WHO's very own Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove about COVID and all of the, outbreaks that we're currently seeing at the moment. I know that you're also speaking to some, really interesting speakers today.
Yes, exactly. And I think, one of the big sort of accomplishments of being here is also talking to some of the people that we've only interacted with online and, like witnessing this gathering of global health experts after 2 years, right? And but we also have an online component of today's programming, and our colleagues Sarah Jerving, Rumbi Chakamba, and Andrew Green have been speaking to people, and we'll also be presenting to you panels that they've moderated.
Those are some really interesting panels. There's something on COVID vaccinations. Well, of course, that's something for Rita later on. But do you want to talk a little bit about that and how important that is?
Yes, of course. I mean, I feel like we're at a very important, crucial moment in the pandemic right now where, we've been talking about vaccine equity for a while, but, there's still some countries that are still, not at the level that we want them to be. We're still, in the middle of the TRIPS negotiation, and we'll touch upon that at the panel. But I feel like, equity is a big theme for us at Devex and with our reporting. So that's something that I definitely want to explore both with the vaccine panel and with Dr. Atul Gawande later today, who with USAID as the lead of USAID's global health projects will be, sort of spearheading on some of those efforts.
Yeah, it's gonna be like a packed agenda for us. So please stay tuned, all of you watching on our live stream. But before that, please don't forget to sign up to Devex Checkup. It's gonna come into your inboxes tomorrow, so please do sign up. We'll have all the decisions that so far happened there, as well as some of the things that we've caught on, from different side events and discussions on the sides of the WHA.
Yes, and look forward to meeting some of you all today later on, and hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. So our first high-level interview today is with Mr. Bjorn Kummel, who is chair of the WHO Working Group on Sustainable Financing. And of course, outside that, he leads the unit on global health affairs at the German Federal Ministry of Health. Bjorn, thank you so much for being with us today.
It's a pleasure to be with you, and honor, obviously.
Yes, and of course, I'm happy to just be speaking with you in person. Of course, this is the first in-person event after 2.5 years. Can you just describe how the atmosphere at the World Health Assembly, and you speaking with health ministers, speaking with your colleagues in person?
Okay, obviously with my colleagues in person, to some extent it's even true, even for our delegation, that some of them haven't seen each other for 2 years. But the same obviously is true for everybody at the Assembly. So, I mean, it's a big global health community. This is a special World Health Assembly because I think normally it's even more attended by lots of civil society groups. And because the Palais des Nations is being renovated, there's limited access at this time, and obviously it's still COVID. So there are smaller delegations, but we are seeing each other in person, I think since 2.5 years, the first time. In my working group, we had already one meeting in person, but that was also limited to one delegate per delegation. So no, it's really something else. And I think it also adds to the beauty of multilateralism, to meet in person. I think it makes things easier. It's also something, in order to reach a compromise, it's important to meet people in the room and more or less feel the expectation on the sides of everyone. And I think also in my working group, I mean, we've reached a consensus, and I'm not really sure whether we would have reached the same consensus if we had done this purely virtual. So I think it adds to building compromise and understanding and trust, the possibility to meet again. So I think the whole pandemic has been challenging, obviously, for all of us, but also has been a challenge to multilateralism.
Agree. But you've become somewhat of a superstar now because of the whole discussion WHO financing. After 18 months, the working group has reached a consensus on the recommendations. But for the benefit of our audience, especially those who are watching online, can you just tell us with these recommendations, what's the expectation for member states, and what's the expectation for the World Health Organization?
Okay, so the working group has reached a compromise. So practically, we've been discussing now for 1.5 years. We had already reached more or less a broad compromise on almost all issues, but one remaining part, which was the most controversial one, was an increase in the membership fee, the assessed contribution. So practically what all member states have to invest in WHO, that remained controversial among the members of the working group, which are all 194 member states. And we reached a consensus by the end of April, so practically a month ago. So what does the consensus say? We are highlighting that we agreed upon an aspiration to reach 50% of the currently approved program budget to be financed through 50% assessed contributions by 2030, 2031, but potentially even one biennium earlier. Obviously, linked to this substantive increase in assessed contributions, we have discussed that governance reforms need to happen in parallel. And I think there will be a role, obviously, of a task room that will be established following the Assembly to follow up on these reforms and to indicate what we really expect from the Secretariat to do. Plus, we also agreed that the Secretariat will produce a next proposal for the program budget to be submitted to the next World Health Assembly and indicating an increase of 20% in assessed contributions. So obviously lots of different figures, but in the end, in 6 to 8 years, all 194 member states together will contribute roughly 1.2 billion in addition to what they currently contribute as their membership fee, which is a little bit less than 1 billion in 2 years. Mm-hmm. So overall, the assessments from member states will grow to the level of 2.2 billion over 2 years.
So just for our audience, currently the assessed contributions are over 956 million.
Exactly,
right?
Yes.
And that will grow in 8 years' time to over 2.12 billion. Yes. And that's going to be half of the current base budget of WHO, which is over $4.3 billion. Mm-hmm. But by the time we reach the 8th year, it's possible that it's no longer 50% of the base budget. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's not only not possible. It's not only possible. It will be. I mean, it's de facto. It will be less than 50%. So practically, we have to some extent moved away from the expectations or the recommendations from the IPPPR, the Independent Panel for Pandemic Preparedness and Response. Their proposal was that 66% of the program budget, of the core mandate of the program budget, the base segment, should be financed through assessed contributions, no matter how large the base segment or the core mandate of WHO should be. And that was over ambitious for member states. And there, I think we wouldn't have reached a compromise on that. We are going for 50% of the already approved program budget now. So indeed, if the budget grows further, it will be less than 50%. And most likely, by the time we reach it, maybe 40%. But that's much more than otherwise. If we hadn't agreed upon any increase, we would potentially, the percentage of the assessed contributions would be further shrinking.
Are member states already aware how much they're going to be contributing?
Yes, and they have been aware the entire time because the working group, the Bureau as well as the Secretariat has produced all the figures in absolute terms, so every member state knows exactly the figure that they will have to contribute if, obviously, we are living up to this aspiration.
Mm-hmm. There was a lot of talk about, expecting also of WHO reforms, improvements on efficiencies, transparency, effectiveness. Can you talk a little about that? What exactly are member states expecting from WHO with these increases?
So from the very start, it was clear that any major increase in assessed contributions would have to be linked to governance reforms and further reforms. I think there's this overall notion that member states expect, obviously, an even stronger WHO and a more agile WHO. And I think what we learned throughout the entire process is that the way we are financing the WHO currently is actually an obstacle for being agile and effective, even accountable and transparent. So they are certainly interlinked. There was, at some stage, a debate. Would member states first need to have further reforms on transparency, efficiency, accountability, and governance? And would we have to wait for the AC increase practically, or would we have to wait for this to happen and then member states would be willing to agree? And I think we clarified in the working group that both are interlinked. So, and we learned that from the independent panels and experts. So practically, the one key tool to increase efficiencies is the way we are financing. The current way of financing of WHO, I refer to, I often mentioned it as being completely rotten, or the member states, I think, have agreed to articulate the status quo is unacceptable, but it certainly adds to inefficiencies. The WHO has to manage over 3,000 awards, people who are, hired because they are the top class experts for, dealing with pandemics or with mental health, NCDs, etc. To a large extent, they have to spend their time raising funds, reporting back, because they are receiving short-term funding, lots of different funds. So the independent experts clarified that this is completely inefficient. It doesn't make much sense. But obviously, in addition to this, there are further reforms to be expected. One key aspect that we discussed lengthily and where I think we will see further debates is the priority setting. WHO, and it's not the Secretariat, I think it refers to a large extent to us member states, we have to do a better job in setting priorities. Currently, whatever is in the program budget, the overall budget amount, we are not differentiating in what is more a priority than the other thing. And I think that needs to happen, and I think there's a clear expectation from member states that they want this to happen. With regards to the further discussions, often member states refer to, we want to see more transparency, accountability, and efficiency. And then I said, yes, we can do it. But it's not the chair of the working group answering what that exactly means to member states. So I was asking, so what do we exactly mean by that? And often member states then had challenges in articulating that. I think we will see, obviously, it's a huge organization, and there are potentials for efficiency savings, obviously, and there certainly we have to work further on accountability, as in many of the other organizations, and transparency. Potentially with regards to transparency, I would say, especially in budgetary terms, and there was this overall notion that the WHO is already providing gold standard. There's the budget portal you can find, and you can track which donor provides which funding and how it's been spent, I guess much better than in many of the other organizations. There are further things like the investment case, which was something that member states expected, but the WHO Secretariat is delivering already. Another thing was member states wanted and still want to know exactly how the funding would be used. And there was a clear indication of how the additional assessed contributions would be used. And in particular, in order to provide global public goods, which are currently underfunded, which certainly is a huge risk to WHO's integrity and independence. Global public goods norms, we expect that to be paid through the membership fee. Another key aspect is obviously WHO's work in the countries. There we are lacking the flexible long-term resources in order to really enable WHO to play its leading role in the country setting. Another key aspect I would say is the polio transition. As you know, especially in the African and Emerald region, much of what WHO does depends on currently still the polio funding. That will diminish once polio is eradicated, because then most likely the polio donors will not be providing this funding anymore. And with that, I think there's a huge risk of losing these polio assets, we call them. So surveillance structures that have been essential in order to, also fight other diseases.
We know that every step of the way, the World Health Assembly is the decision-making body. So is it possible that, by 2024, is it possible that member states would say, we can't have this increase at this moment?
I think that's always possible. In the end, we can decide in one World Health Assembly the one thing, and the next time we decide something else. So practically the World Health Assembly remains its own, it never gives up its own sovereignty. So obviously we can come back and decide upon something completely different. So the final say is normally the adoption and or approval of the appropriation resolution. That's practically the resolution that clarifies how much assessed contributions each member state pays for the next biennium, and that is still to come. Is that likely? No, I doubt that. If there is a full consensus in the working group, we have reached a full consensus in the working group. We have already had a lengthy debate in the Program and Budget and Administration Committee with all member states participating, taking the floor, and approving the recommendations. And with the Assembly, once the Assembly does the same, certainly it would be a devastating signal for any member state to move away from that aspiration.
Mm-hmm. What are the other big ticket items that you're watching out for at this Assembly? We're midway through it. What are the other things that our audience should also be watching out?
So I think there are some key ones, obviously. I mean, apart from strengthening WHO also through the finances, there is, which is to me also one key lesson to be learned from this pandemic. That was one of the key outcomes of the independent panels. I think obviously this is the first time that we come together in person again, addressing obviously also what do we learn from this pandemic in pandemic preparedness and response. So there is a discussion about taking forward and strengthening the IHR, and we will see how this moves on. And overall, there is, it's not really on the table, but member states obviously are discussing the broader aspects of pandemic preparedness and response. So I think that's certainly, well, in the frame of the overall assembly. I think we shouldn't forget that the World Health Assembly is not just about pandemic preparedness and response, but there are lots of things that I guess the world to some extent neglected over the past 2 years, 3 years. So be it the immunization agenda, be it HIV, tuberculosis, meningitis is on the agenda, NTDs. So there is lots on the agenda, and I think it's good to debate that again in person. Certainly another thing, highlight, I guess, every 5 years is the DG election. So the DG's renomination is one of the key points. And I guess, I mean, we are meeting here in Central Europe, then there is also a geopolitical crisis that is certainly on the agenda.
Are there any particular reforms, broader reforms that we can expect, that member states are expecting from WHO, maybe even outside of the financing discussions?
Well, I think in the pandemic preparedness and response arena, there are reforms. There is the proposal to, well, have a new subcommittee of the board on pandemic preparedness and response. What is not on the agenda, and I think we need to clarify that because there are lots of notions out there, is the pandemic treaty or pandemic instrument. It's not on the agenda. Why it's not on the agenda? Because there's a specific process which will last another 2 years, and then we will see whether there's an agreement to be reached. I think there's lots of notion out there that the World Health Assembly would be debating that. That's certainly not the case. So I think those are the key ones.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know, you were mentioning yesterday that, you know, with you know, a lot of support for the financing aspect, your work as chair of the working group will soon end. What's next for Bjorn Kummel?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think that's an unexpected question. No, I don't know. Obviously, I have my normal job to do. It's, well, those have been 1.5 years, well, quite interesting, stressful times. I also enjoyed them. So it was positive stress to a large extent. It was, and I think you said superstar or superhero, something like that. The hero here, or the star, was the team. Yeah, it was not just me. I guess to some extent I gave the process a face. Yeah, but there were lots of people supporting this. I had a great bureau, but often we are forgetting all the member states who've been pushing and who've been really well pushing and supporting an ambitious outcome, but also the Secretariat and civil society. Civil society, I think, was key in various constituencies to push for. Well, not to let go. Yeah? At some stages of this process, it was unclear whether we would get somewhere. It was interesting because while it was potentially tough to reach a compromise or a final outcome of the working group in the member state setting, if you ask anyone else, apart from member states, there was a clear consensus from the start that there needs to be a substantive AC increase. So that was, I think, helpful. What I'm going to do, I mean, fly back to Berlin and do my normal day-to-day job. I think there's lots on the agenda still in global health, also apart from pandemic preparedness and response. There is, and I guess much of that obviously is linked to the WHO.
Well, thank you so much, Bjorn, for all of these insights, and thank you everyone for tuning in. Please stay tuned because we have a lot more important discussions happening today.
Hello, my name is Andrew Green, and I'm a contributing reporter for Devex based in Berlin. For months, I've been covering discussions within the World Trade Organization about steps to ensure equitable access to COVID vaccines, therapeutics, and tests. I'm really excited to be joined by an incredibly smart group of panelists today to discuss where those discussions have gotten us and what impact they've had. Before going any further, I'd really like to introduce them. I'm joined today by Nirmalya Sayam, Senior Program Officer for Health, Intellectual Property, and Biodiversity Program at the South Center, Fatima Hassan, a South African human rights lawyer and social justice activist, and the founder and director of Health Justice Initiative, and the recent winner of the 2022 Calgary Peace Prize for her contribution to justice and the international struggle against global health and inequality. And also by Wenyan Hu, a research fellow with CEPS, an independent Brussels-based think tank where she specializes in EU-China trade relations, EU-Asia relations, and intellectual property. Before we move forward, I just want to set the scene a bit. It's been more than a year and a half since the South African and Indian delegations tabled a proposal at the WTO to waive intellectual property protections on COVID vaccines, treatments, and tests. Their TRIPS waiver would offer temporary access to patents, industrial designs, copyrights, and trade secrets. It has garnered significant support, with more than 100 countries coming out in support of the TRIPS waiver, but also detractors from the pharmaceutical industry and allied countries. A few months ago, a compromise agreement brokered by the United States, the EU, South Africa, and India emerged and has moved into text-based negotiations at the WTO. The draft that has been made public only discusses waiving patents on vaccines. So it's a much reduced version of the original proposal. The WTO Director General is pushing members to reach an agreement by the ministerial in less than a month. But I'm hearing reports out of Geneva this week that negotiations are not advancing very rapidly. Against that backdrop, I'm eager to discuss not just the current state of play, but the impact that the waiver proposal has had on conversations about access and the role of the WTO. And I thought I'd start with Fatima. As one of the leaders in the effort to get the TRIPS waiver adopted, I wanted to ask you about what you anticipate will happen next, and if the original waiver could be resurrected, or if the Quad text is the only game in town at the moment.
Thanks, Andrew, and just such an honor to be on this panel. So I think let's just take a step back, to June 2020, when the South African government warned about the consequences of not properly dealing with intellectual property restrictions in the middle of a pandemic. Shortly thereafter, South Africa and India, as we've mentioned earlier, tabled the full waiver proposal, as we call it, which deals with all intellectual property elements on all COVID-19 technologies for the duration of the pandemic. What we've seen in the last few weeks is a text that was purported to have been agreed to by the EU, by the US, and by South Africa and India. But our governments are saying to us that that is not their text. That is not what they agreed to, and that this text actually represents the views of the WTO Secretariat, and it certainly has been presented that way in the last few weeks. It's under what's called the DG's responsibility. So we don't see it as the Quad text, and we certainly don't see it as the text of what our government basically negotiated or agreed to informally, even in Geneva. And we've pushed back on our own government, indicating that they shouldn't sign that particular version of the text that's been shared by the DG, because it represents quite a fair deal. So what do we think is going to happen? Unfortunately, I think what may happen is one of two things. Either the global south will be bullied, particularly given the way in which the EU currently is handling these negotiations right now in Geneva, into agreeing to a version, and a very watered down version, of the original proposal, which only deals with vaccines, which only deals with patents, and not all of the different elements that make the waiver proposal. Alternatively, what could happen is that there will just simply be no agreement, because the global south will push back and say that this is not what they actually wanted when the original waiver proposal was advanced and basically tabled at the end of 2020.
Wenyan, I wanted to move to you next. I know that you might have a bit of a different perspective on the two documents that we've been talking about so far, the TRIPS waiver proposal and the Quad document. And I was wondering if you could discuss which you think kind of points to a better outcome, and more generally where we are at the moment.
Thank you very much for inviting me, Andrew. In my opinion, the proposal itself is not necessary at all, because what the proposal is about is to let the public good prevail over exclusive private property rights, which is intellectual property rights in times of emergency. But in the context of access to COVID-19 vaccines, that public good is already prevailed in spirit, in letter, and by international community efforts. In latter, I meant those policy flexibilities that the TRIPS has provided in terms of compulsory licensing, in terms of other instruments such as special and differentiated treatment for developing countries. And let's not forget that among all the 92 COVAX countries, 35 of them, those least developed countries, the TRIPS agreement is not even applied in those countries until 2033. On that, I really do not think it's necessary to waive the TRIPS agreement or patent protection in order to ensure equitable access to vaccines by developing countries. And in terms of international community efforts, I meant those incredible financing instruments provided by countries, provided by the IMF, and those lots of donations, and those new vaccine plants that have been building in South Africa and in Singapore. So I really do not think it's necessary to have this TRIPS waiver or patent waiver for developing countries' equitable access to vaccines.
Thanks very much for your perspective. Nirmalya, I wanted to give you a chance to respond to what we've heard from the two presenters so far about the current state of affairs.
Thank you, Andrew, for inviting the South Center to this talk. And we are in the middle of what could be a very significant moment in the history of TRIPS and in the history of WTO in terms of the outcome of this, the current discussion going on. Fatima has already mentioned about how where we are from where we started, and the suboptimal text that we currently have, and the possibility of such a suboptimal text being pushed through coercive persuasion or pressure on developing countries. And our hope is that the developing countries would be able to resist that and come up with improvements to this text and have a better outcome, better decision agreed to in the WTO. But in terms of reacting to just what the previous panelist was mentioned, if you look at where we started off in 2020, we didn't have vaccines at that moment available. And if you see what action some of the developed countries have taken at that point of time, you would see that a number of countries, including Germany, Canada, they had adopted legislations allowing the use of compulsory licenses, government use authorizations for ensuring access to COVID-19 related medical countermeasures. At that point of time, we didn't know what the vaccine scenario would be like, etc. We also should keep in mind the fact that it was very evident at the very outset of this pandemic that what you needed in terms of a response was a rapid scaling up of manufacturing capacities. You needed all hands on deck and sharing of the technology. And in that context, a policy space that facilitated such scaling up of manufacturing technologies was felt necessary, and that's what drove the proponents to seek a waiver of obligations of the TRIPS agreement. And this is meant to be, this proposal was put in the spirit in which it was intended, or waivers are intended. The WTO agreement, the agreement establishing the WTO under Article 99 specifically states that waivers could be sought for special reasons under any agreement. And once those special reasons are raised by particular member states who make that proposal, the matter would be discussed in the relevant council, in this case for the TRIPS Council, which stipulates that it should be done for a period of 90 days. But as we have seen, it's been almost 1.5 years into this, and we have seen essentially a lot of filibustering, delaying concrete progress towards an outcome on this. We have, it is correct that the TRIPS agreement is not an obligation that least developed countries have to apply. They have the flexibility as LDCs not to protect pharmaceutical patents, for example. But the fact is that most of the LDCs do not have manufacturing capacity. They would essentially rely on a few countries, developed and developing, who have the manufacturing capacity in normal times to access the medicine. And you have the Doha Declaration, under which the Para-6 system was established, which we have also seen has its limitations in terms of the fact that it has been only used once. And one prominent example of the limitation of that system is that even in the face of a pandemic, only one country actually tried to see whether this system could be utilized, Bolivia. They had put in a notification of their intention to use the system. And a company in Canada had also applied for necessary administrative clearances, I believe, in terms of scheduling in the Canadian CAMR system. And the matter was stuck over there. The point, so we have seen in one example where an existing flexibility, a mechanism that was established under the Para-6 system, Article 31, which was sought to be used, it didn't really work out. COVAX has sort of come up to a bit of a scale only of late. But in the height of the pandemic, and while I say this, I should stress that the pandemic is still in operation. It hasn't finished by any means. We are seeing perhaps a fifth wave in South Africa. In that context, we have seen that the supplies have been too little, too late. And the intent was of the waiver to facilitate scaling up of production so that you do not have a situation of too little, too late. In some sense, regardless of the outcome of these negotiations, we have seen a systemic failure of the WTO to respond timely to this, to possibly the greatest public health crisis of our times. So I would stop there, and perhaps we can continue going forward. And I think Fatima could also comment on the situation in South Africa with regard to the mRNA hub, etc. My only comment is that the issue of IP is still yet to play out in the context of the mRNA hub and how it could work out. The companies involved, Moderna, for example, or Pfizer, they have not actually shared their intellectual property rights we have to see whether the pledge that Moderna has made not to enforce its patents would play out. But then if it goes on to enforce its patents, who is to stop them? They would have breached their moral obligation, perhaps, but legally they would be on the right to do so. And what you need is legal certainty. So I would stop with those comments for now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. That's really helpful. In passing it off to Fatima, I also wanted to ask, we've seen the Quad text, or as you kind of described it, the DG's text perhaps is centered around the compulsory licensing model that Nirmalia was just saying is broken, is not working. I'm wondering if perhaps almost counterintuitively, there's an opportunity here where it's gotten so much criticism and attention that it might force a discussion about what's lacking within the current boundaries of what's available to countries when it comes to the WTO. Like, could it foster a discussion around rethinking the compulsory licensing system?
Thanks. I think it's doing something more than that, Andrew. I think it's pointing to the total irrelevance of the WTO and a set of trade rules that are not fit for purpose in a pandemic. And I say that because, we fought for the flexibilities in the TRIPS agreement through the Doha Declaration as HIV/AIDS activists. But show me how many countries have successfully and speedily been able to make use of a compulsory license against a set of very powerful vested interests in the last 25 years. Nirmalia has talked about the BioLease Johnson & Johnson Bolivia case, but currently we have Pfizer refusing also to transfer the technology and share the knowledge on Paxlovid, a very important treatment for the management of COVID in the Dominican Republic. So much so that Pfizer has claimed that their human rights are being infringed. So it is not easy. And I think that it's, really an act of gaslighting for the European Union to turn around and tell countries in the global south, oh, well, just make use of the flexibilities, make use of compulsory licensing, when they know very well that often it is dragged out for years and it's almost impossible to succeed at. I mean, even legislative efforts to try and make use of generic versions of life-saving drugs or to use parallel imports, let alone compulsory licensing, basically attracted the entire global multinational pharmaceutical industry, to litigate against Nelson Mandela when he was the president of a very new democracy in our country. So we've got past experience with the fact that compulsory licensing measures are very, very difficult to basically take and implement and enforce, and voluntary licensing, or the so-called drip feed of fill and finish licenses in this pandemic in particular are basically not going to take us out of this pandemic. So often what we get told is, well, Aspen has a license and Biovac has a license from Pfizer, but if you dig deep into that, it's still about control by pharmaceutical interests. It's not the WHO deciding on the terms and conditions. It's not elected governments and sovereign nations deciding on the terms and conditions. Companies who are unelected and their CEOs and their boards, and by default their shareholders, are deciding which countries get to set up limited manufacturing facilities, where those supplies have to go to. You'll remember that last year we managed to expose a very scandalous kind of situation where vaccines were being pulled and finished in South Africa, but were being diverted to Europe for prioritization of European customers first. So there's a number of limitations with the so-called voluntary licensing model, which is obviously not working because it gives too much control to the companies that are issuing those licenses. In the case of Pfizer and Paxlovid, for example, they've excluded almost half of the world. They've excluded Brazil from the licensing conditions and terms. And similarly with the Pfizer and both, initially the J&J license in South Africa, those are only for fill and finish. So if we come to the mRNA hub, and I think that's at the heart of why we needed this waiver, because the idea was, given what I've explained to you about how difficult it is to get a compulsory license, these flexibilities are actually not working really well at all. And it all depends on who has the money and who has the power and who has the best set of lawyers that can drag out the case for years and years and years. So it doesn't allow you to respond timelessly to an urgency of a pandemic of international concern. So what we have is a situation where, without the waiver or without an immediate, sharing of technology and sharing of the knowledge and non-enforcement of IP without any kind of conditions, without any kind of time limits, which is basically what the waiver, was seeking initially in late 2020. You have a situation where the mRNA hub has been established in South Africa. It's actually down the road from me here in Cape Town, where there has been no cooperation. No explicit cooperation from Pfizer and Moderna in the middle of a pandemic where the WHO estimates that the new death toll is at least 15 million people in the space of 2 years, $13 trillion of economic losses within the space of 24 months. We're now entering the fifth wave in South Africa. And the devastation that has played out in the rest of the world, I think is something that, all of us should hang our heads in shame, because we had the tools. We had the ability to vaccinate the entire world timelessly at the same time quite early on in this pandemic, and we chose not to. And timing does matter. Timing in a fast-moving, fast-evolving, uncertain pandemic is critical. So when you drip feed licenses, when you drip feed supplies, when you make it difficult to issue a compulsory license or a voluntary license, and you don't engage in technology transfer with the mRNA hub, and you call it a nice to have. This is what the CEO of Moderna has actually referred to it as. He's also likened it to a fake Louis Vuitton handbag in the middle of a pandemic. Then you have a serious problem. So without the waiver of all of the different elements of IP for a temporary period during this pandemic, it's going to be very difficult for the mRNA hub to do their work. And worse is that you have a company saying we will not enforce patents, but they filed the patents in South Africa and they are refusing to withdraw them. And our government is unable to suspend them. The last time our government tried to take on pharmaceutical power, we were put on a trade watch list. So the consequences, Andrew, for trying to even take compulsory measures or trying to force companies to act in a very different way, normally I call it in a moral way, I would call it in a necessary way, an ethical way, even in a legal way, to use the very flexibilities that the TRIPS agreement gives you, you do face, a whole set of trade pressures and possible sanctions. Just my final point, Andrew, on the waiver is that when we talk about gaslighting, what we mean is that 100 countries have said what we needed in this pandemic. 65 co-sponsors of the TRIPS waiver proposal. It's quite incredulous that you have a system at the WTO where a handful of countries can actually block, what the majority actually decides. And so when we say it's not fit for purpose, I think what this entire conversation is actually showing in the current developments and engagements in Geneva is that there really isn't democratic processes that are playing out, because if there was, you would have prioritized what 100 countries or 65 member states had been asking for a very long time. Thanks.
Great. Thanks very much. Wenyan, I wanted to give you the chance to respond to what we've talked about and also to speak to the quad text that's emerged, which I know you've written about, and how you see that position within the larger debate that's happening, and if you see it as a useful shift in the conversation.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to highlight that there are conflicting evidence in terms of how useful compulsory licensing is. I mean, anyway, the argument against compulsory licensing is that the instrument is not effectively used or not widely used. But there are two main complaints against that. It's about time and it's about money. And as I said just now, the evidence supporting different arguments. For example, on this paragraph 6 application, in that case, Rwanda and Canada case, there are different reasons as to why this it took nearly 4 years to get this application done. But in any case, we should understand that compulsory licensing is not the purpose of compulsory licensing is not to issue many of them. It's to basically to provide affordable medicines for the poor. And on this, I think it is rightly said in the TRIPS waiver proposal, where the two countries says that developing countries have legal and institutional constraints when applying flexibilities. On that account, I think the EU's proposal gives the right direction, basically to clarify and simplify the compulsory licensing authorization procedure, and also to give certainty as to what is adequate remuneration. Although at that time, we have this the UNDP guidelines, and we have other guidelines, but the EU just gives more guideline, more criteria for economic remuneration. And I would like to also say that in terms of, to me, what impedes developing countries' access to vaccines is not technology transfer. It's not, I mean, even for manufacturing, we have to see it with perspective, because basically we see it manufacturing requires a vaccine supply from 0 to billion. Of course, it takes lots of time for companies to repurpose, to scale up their manufacturing purposes. But in any case, the EU's proposal simplify and clarify, as I see it, is more for future pandemic proof. Why? Because for the time being, what needs to be done is being done and is already done. And if we read the WTO info note on what are the problems for access to vaccine, it's not about manufacturing, it's about export controls at borders. I think that on that part, it is wrong for the EU that time to erect border controls to stop vaccine exports. That is wrong, but definitely it's not a patent's fault. It's not IP's fault that developing countries' access to vaccine is being delayed.
Thank you very much. It's been a fascinating conversation and it's gone by really quickly. With the last 3 minutes, I want to give each of you 1 minute to answer the big picture question I was hoping to get to, which is what do you think the impact of this discussion has been more broadly on thinking about the WTO and the role that it plays and also issues of access in the future? I'll start with Nirmalia, please.
Thank you. So broadly speaking, the waiver has actually galvanized global public opinion in a big way to seek a solution at the WTO for that would be fit for purpose in regard to response to a pandemic. We saw the pressure of public opinion actually drove the United States. I think it was last year at some point of time to agree to negotiate on the waiver proposal, climbing down from its strident opposition to even consider this. And then after that, we didn't have the check being written essentially on it, right? So the question going forward is, in addition to what kind of a waiver outcome document or outcome text we will have eventually, if we get there, would be to look at going forward what kind of reforms perhaps should be considered in the context of this experience. The experience tells us that when there is a global pandemic like this, it would take at least 2 years to come to even a waiver if you need a waiver. There would be idealistic debates, etc., which is something that you don't need at that point of time. And therefore, perhaps time has come to think of considering an automatic waiver in the context of future pandemics to be built into the TRIPS agreement. And there is a potential for doing this in terms of the fact that there is Article 73 of the TRIPS agreement, which provides for an automatic review after 5 years, which has never been done really, because nobody wanted to open up the Pandora's box and potentially have a TRIPS plus TRIPS version of TRIPS. But that is something that could be considered going forward. The other issue also is for us to stop and ask ourselves in terms of justice, whether if the situation had been reversed today, would EU and the US have the same positions had the shoe been on the other foot? Had we had delay in access to vaccines in Europe, and the developing world having a situation like we have currently in Geneva, you can go around anywhere without masks. It's life as it were before 2020. If you were to go back to that situation and the situation were reversed, would the developed countries make the same demands that they're making of developing countries today? Would they propose same things in the text? The answer obviously is no, and therefore it means that text currently that is being pushed through reeks of an unjust outcome, and therefore that should ideally be avoided. Thank you.
Well, I guess we'll have to end there as we're out of time, but this was really fascinating. And I want to thank each of you for your contributions. This was a really interesting and provocative conversation. So thanks again, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Richard Jones, Editorial Director at Devex, and I'm delighted to be joined today by Dr. Dennis Cherian, Associate Vice President for Global Health and Nutrition at Corus International. Dennis, welcome.
Good to be here with you today.
Perhaps I could start by asking you why you feel it's so important to include faith-based organizations in conversations about healthcare. What does your work to integrate faith-based approaches really mean in practice?
Sure. Thank you so much, Richard. Faith-based healthcare workers and healthcare networks have a long history of providing healthcare around the world. And that includes essential infrastructure, community outreach, and health service delivery at all levels of the healthcare system. And what happens is in all cases, almost all cases, I would say, they work in partnership with the Ministry of Health. And in many cases, they receive service contracts with the Ministry of Health, which means they serve as extensions of the government healthcare services. And that's very true in Africa, if we take, for example. And what happens is, as a result of which, it's not just providing the preventive healthcare, but also curative and access to a number of other social services that are wraparound services, essential when we are responding to many of the primary healthcare issues that people are really seeking healthcare for.
And what's your take on the role of this approach of faith-based healthcare in achieving ambitious targets around things like universal health coverage by 2030? How is Corus International working to strengthen local capacity and really sort of help sustain these efforts?
Sure. Again, when we speak about UHC, it means that everybody has access to quality healthcare when they need it and where they need it without any financial hardships. And that's where I guess what we need to talk more is about strengthening the foundations of healthcare, which is the primary healthcare. And that's where faith-based institutions come in by bringing in other complementary interventions. For example, access to healthcare funding. For example, health financing that helps offset out-of-pocket expenses that most often are barriers to why people are not able to seek healthcare. Or in other cases, integrating with WASH services or other literacy programs that are essential to influence behaviors, but also optimal healthcare practices. And so that's one example of how faith-based healthcare are an important instrument in meeting the UHC targets that are established by the World Health Organization. But also equally, go ahead.
No, I was just going to mention, Dennis, that it's also going beyond just the physical health needs, isn't it?
That is correct, because what happens with a lot of our healthcare facilities are, it's more than just physical, but access to mental, social, also the spiritual aspects of healthcare as well, in addition to linking them to essential other social services, access to livelihoods or cash transfers, etc., that are integral. And that really did prove essential, for example, during COVID outbreak, where access to cash was an integral part of the response as well, that helped mitigate many of the burdens that people faced as a result of COVID. So it's not just treating the illness, but seeing the person as a whole, and that's what makes primary healthcare or our approach to universal healthcare comprehensive and holistic, I would say, what's often missing in terms of our routine healthcare practice.
Now, you mentioned COVID-19 just there, and I think that COVID-19 is going to remain front and center during conversations at WHA this year. But what do you think that we've learned from COVID that might guide our approach to healthcare moving forward? And as you've just mentioned, why is this holistic, people-centered approach so important, particularly in the context of a pandemic?
Sure. Thanks for that question. I mean, obviously, the pandemic has taught us that the first response always should happen and has to happen at the community level. And COVID, not just COVID, but even during Ebola, that was clear. The quick and immediate response always evolved from the community level. And the role of faith actors in responding to that has been immense, either by responding to the myths or misinformation, or increasing their access to services, or linking them to other alternative health and broader than health needs that they experience and they always require. And so that COVID really exposed that, the first response always has to happen at the community level. And it also taught us that the fundamentals of primary healthcare has to be strengthened, because the primary healthcare is the first point of contact, and where every episode of an outbreak can be prevented, and every missed opportunities for prevention, treatment can be prevented as well, and where the relationship with the client and the provider is stronger, which is essential for building trust in the healthcare system. So we saw that in COVID as well, and we will continue to see, irrespective of whether it is COVID or not, but you can see that across the broad spectrum of healthcare services that people seek services for.
No, that's great. Thanks, Dennis. And I think time is against us. So I'd ask you for one final thought. That's a call to action, whether it's to the global leaders, the policymakers, the health practitioners that are attending the WHA this year in Geneva, or indeed online and around the world. What's your call to action? What needs to happen between now and when the next WHA rolls around?
Sure. Again, the investment in primary healthcare cannot be overemphasized. We know that when investing in primary healthcare, as I earlier alluded to, the first point of contact is made stronger, and the relationship and trust in the healthcare system is further strengthened, and that is key. Second, I want to mention the role of faith-based healthcare facilities, and they has to be seen as a whole in strengthening the health system. They work in tandem with the Ministry of Health. We did a recent survey to map what is the extent of healthcare facilities that are provided by faith-based organizations. An initial mapping across 32 countries in Africa indicated that there are over 8,331 healthcare facilities. That includes teaching hospitals, health posts, regional hospitals, outposts, pharmacies, training institutions, etc. That's the tip of the iceberg. And so, but if we are able to bring together the collective assets we offer, then the impact is much more stronger than one institution trying to respond on its own. So I guess investing in both primary healthcare and trying to see how faith-based organizations can be brought into the collective response, we would be able to respond to UHC in a much more stronger manner than we are currently able to respond to. So that's my call to action at this time.
No, that's great, and of course, being greater than the sum of the collective parts. Dr. Dennis Cherian, many thanks indeed for walking us through your work at Corus International. It's been fascinating to learn a little bit more about your approach to strengthening health systems and the role of faith-based approaches in doing so. And up next, my colleague Jenny Lee Ravello is talking pandemic preparedness. So stay tuned for that and more WHA coverage here on Devex.com.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. And for this session, I'll be speaking with Precious Matsoso, co chair of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body, tasked to draft and negotiate a WHO convention agreement or other international instrument on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response. Precious, thank you so much for joining us today.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to listeners, viewers from different parts of the world.
Now, we're here in Geneva, and I think everyone's wondering kind of what's going on with the pandemic accord. So maybe you can start by just giving us an update. What's the status of the work on this instrument, and what progress have you made today?
Well, firstly, let me start by saying since our election in February on the 21st, we've been, we had to roll up our sleeves as a bureau. As you know, as bureau members, we had very tight timelines. And the most important timeline is the discussion that is supposed to take place before the 1st of August. So far, the Bureau has held 10 meetings, and the INB has met twice, both in February as well as in March, and we also held public hearings. And in this period, we had to agree on a method of work, but also determine the type of stakeholders that should form part of this process, because it cannot just be left to member states only. Our view is that stakeholders can make a huge contribution. But of course, there are limitations in that the stakeholders are only those that are in official relations with WHO, but we have extended that in the next meeting of the INB, we will also determine which other stakeholders should form part of this process. We also engaged member states and stakeholders for them to give us input and help identify substantive elements that must be included in this legal instrument. And that process has been quite enlightening in that we allowed member states to give their inputs for a period of 6 weeks. And it's quite clear that 6 weeks was quite tight for some of them, and the response rate for that period was quite low. I mean, we only had about 19% response rate between member states and stakeholders. And we extended that period by another 2 weeks. So in essence, for the period of 2 months, we allowed inputs for the identification of substantive elements that should be included in the instrument. And I'm glad to say that we have actually had 51% response rate. And of the 51% response rate, we also received 3,000 written inputs from member states. But in addition, because we held public hearings in April, there's been about 36,000 written submissions, which we're busy analyzing. So we're hoping that in June, we will be able to present an outline of what is it that must inform the legal instrument. And secondly, would like also to have a working draft that should be the basis of discussion in July. So that working draft is going to be a very important document. But the approach that we want to follow is to set up subgroups that will draw in experts, civil society, and different stakeholders, so that this can be a very inclusive process, but that is technically robust.
You mentioned earlier the next meeting where you're opening it up to others who are not part in official relations with WHO. So, can you just clarify when that is and what timelines are you working on? So, you're mentioning you're hoping there will be a working draft. So, when is that going to be? And you know, I guess the negotiations, when do you expect negotiations to begin?
Well, firstly, on the 6th, from the 6th of the 6th to 8th of June, this is when we'll be inviting more stakeholders. That is those that are not in official relations. This will be experts This will be civil society, this will be private sector, different stakeholders who will be part of this process. It is at this meeting where we'll also establish working groups, and these working groups will be in accordance with thematic areas that we'll agree on at that meeting. We're hoping that between June 8th and the beginning of the next sitting of the second INB would have produced a working draft, would have identified those sections of the Constitution that we're going to be relying on for this instrument. So the meeting of July is going to be a major deliverable that's going to come out of that meeting. And I think from that meeting, what we'd like to do, because between August and October, there will be different regional committee meetings, would like to take this product that would have produced in July and start the consultations in those regional committee meetings. And hopefully, beginning of December, that product would be the basis on which we can start negotiations.
You were mentioning earlier the thousands of inputs that you've received from, different, from member states, from non-state actors. What can you give us a sense of what are some of the inputs that you've received that really you found that, oh, this should be definitely part of this instrument?
Well, I think the most important is in relation to the structure. I mean, there are certain principles that apply when legal instruments like this one are developed. And those have to deal with the kind of outline that we'd like to see. For instance, the objectives, the scope of this instrument, the obligations by member states, and institutional arrangements. I think those are sort of standard provisions, and we wanted to hear from member states and stakeholders what is it that should be included in those, and principles, sort of guiding principles. The third is actually the strategic pillars that should form this instrument, and the manner in which we consulted member states about equity, governance, financing, as well as systems and tools, is the basis on which most member states responded. And I don't want to preempt the report that we're going to share in June, but it's going to be important to note that we've had a resounding kind of support for these elements. For the 51% of member states who responded, it's been incredible.
You've mentioned about equity, and I think we've seen during the COVID-19 pandemic how big of a challenge that is. So, how can this accord really be helpful to countries? How are you making sure that, that equity and access to life-saving tools are part of this, will be part of this?
Well, I think it's probably one of the key areas where there's overwhelming support that this element must be incorporated, and this has to do with equitable access to medical countermeasures. It's about equity in terms of participation of different stakeholders, members, vulnerable groups, and those who have been previously disadvantaged. So it's broad, but it also has very specific elements that I think are going to be extremely important for inclusion. And I think member states have already given us an indication that they would love these to be included.
One of the things, because there's a parallel process happening, right? There's the international health regulations, and one of the criticisms, or what experts say is lacking in there, is about compliance, for member states to follow and others. So, how's that discussion going with the INB in terms of, whatever is going to be part of this instrument, there will be, compliance, that it will be followed.
Well, without preempting the process of negotiations and the inputs, I can only hasten to say that, there are a whole lot of experiences that we can learn from, as INB, and we're going to draw those lessons as part of this process. From other UN agencies, IAEA, for instance, the International Atomic Energy Agency. We're going to also learn from other processes to see what is it that they've put in place that ensure that there's some level of compliance. But of course, we have to look at what is practical, what is doable, and what is it that will get overwhelming support of member states.
Can you also talk about sanctions, perhaps? Because, is that something that you're currently discussing within the body?
Well, at this stage, we haven't come to those details. We're still analyzing the inputs to look at what is it that must be contained in the instruments. But those are some of the things that will have to be discussed, perhaps, when we come up with a working draft. And it is the working draft that will give one a sense of what will be contained, what will be excluded. But from the inputs that we've received, it is clear there's a clear message as to what is it that member states would like to see included in the instrument.
But as co-chair, how important do you think that is as part of this instrument?
Well, I think perhaps what we need to do is to look at, what is it that we fail to do, and what is it that we can prevent for the future, and do it in such a way that it will help us not to be in a situation in which we are again. And we can't be counting number of deaths, we can't be counting the collapsed economies of countries and loss of jobs, and women who have been put in worst situations. If we're to prevent this from happening in future, we'll have to come up with the best instrument that will ensure that there's some level of accountability. There's been some proposal for peer review mechanisms. We'll have to learn from the UN human rights, process to say, how did that work? Will it work for these instruments? We have to look at other agencies. How did they do it? And what will be the best implementation process? An instrument alone will not help unless there is implementation.
There's been this sort of narratives going on about these processes sort of impinging on country sovereignty. Can you just maybe comment on that?
Well, I think there's some anxiety by some countries that, this process will undermine their sovereignty. Some think that, there will be certain things imposed on them. But I think, this is a member state-led process. And we're hoping that member states themselves are going to weigh options and look at what is it that's best for their individual countries, but what is it that's best for the world? What is it that will help us prevent the spread of disease such that we exposed people to harm? And I think that's a fundamental issue. We've seen what inaction causes. We've seen what lack of sharing of information does. And if we're to find ways to minimize these and prevent these, and if this instrument can help us do that, I think we should.
There are those that are hoping, this work can be accelerated, and there are those that don't expect any sort of decision happening until 2024 or later. What can you say to that? How soon perhaps do you see the world agreeing on, a, a convention, a treaty or agreement, or what they end up agreeing on?
Well, I'm an optimist. I actually see this glass as half full. And because I see it as half full, I think the August meeting is going to be a turning point, because if we can agree on the draft that can be used as a basis of negotiations, that in itself will be a major achievement. And if that will be the outcome, honestly, I don't see why we should extend this to 2024. I firmly believe that it, with all that has happened, we need to speed this process. And by August, when we go through these regional consultations until October, it should give us a fair sense of where we are. It will be a litmus test. And in December, we'll be able to say, yes, we think 2024 is too far.
Well, we'll surely be following this process. Thank you so much, Precious. Again, co-chair of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Body, to draft and negotiate a pandemic accord.
Thank you for inviting me.
Thank you for joining us for this session on operationalizing the One Health approach, where we dig into the successes and the challenges of this approach. Today, I'm joined by three speakers. Marion Koopmans, head of the Department of Viroscience at Erasmus MC, Dr. Yewande Alimi, Antimicrobial Resistance Program Coordinator at Africa CDC, as well as Eloise Todd, co-founder of the Pandemic Action Network. Thank you guys so much for joining me today. So Marion, thank you. Marion, I will begin with you. Just for people who may not be aware, can you just take us through an overview of what the One Health approach is and what it actually aims to do?
Yes, the One Health approach is a term that we use to describe the notion that the health of humans and animals and our environment are tightly connected, and therefore also need to be looked at and understood jointly. So it tells us that instead of focusing, for instance, only on human health, it's really important to have a wider scope when thinking about health in general. So this applies to many of the public health aspects of human health as well. Think about surveillance, think about preparedness and response. It's really about widening the scope to be more holistic about this.
Thanks. That's a really great sort of overview of it. And I imagine that with the COVID-19 pandemic and now a possible monkeypox outbreaks, this approach is becoming more popular. Do you see people seeing its importance? I'll pass this question on to you one day.
Thanks very much. I think, yes, indeed, COVID-19 pandemic has really brought a spotlight to One Health. For decades, we have, as technical experts, have continued to advocate for a holistic approach across sectors. But COVID-19 was particularly unique in bringing the spotlight because we have been able to move from the technical bit into something more relatable to policymakers, funders, as well as the general public. I think because of the impact of COVID-19 on the economies as well as human lives, more and more people started to get a bit more interested in understanding how diseases would naturally jump from animals to humans and how relevant the environment and ecosystem really plays into disease transmission and disease dynamics. So I think COVID-19 and many more outbreaks of zoonotic disease origin is really bringing the spotlight and relevance to One Health, using a One Health approach in addressing diseases. Over to you.
So Eloise, one thing that One Day did mention is that it's becoming more relatable to policymakers. Are you seeing the same thing?
That's an interesting question. I think there have been spikes of recognition of the One Health agenda at the very outset of COVID and the origin story. That obviously went viral across the world and people are very aware of it. But where I think there's still a lot of work to do is to actually tell the story about what the interconnections mean between human, animal, and planetary health. And really, while there's a great bed of understanding of that in the health community, as ever, we need to translate that to people in general, but also policymakers in the finance ministries, in the leadership positions, so that there's this broader understanding of what decisions they need to take. I would also say that in the advocacy community, the last 2 years, we've been really focused on the COVID response, particularly how to get more equitable access to pandemic countermeasures and the delivery on the ground. So it's been very focused on the nuts and bolts of the delivery of the systemic delivery. And so we need to take a step back as we enter this different phase of COVID and the onset of monkeypox, as you mentioned, and think about, right, what can we do through a One Health lens? How can we work together across more sectors so that we have a whole of society approach to these issues?
Thanks. You mentioned finances in there, which is something that I really want us to dig into a little bit later on. But Marion, I noticed you wanted to add something. Please go ahead.
Yes. So I think if we look at COVID, we also see that One Health is considered, but it's really considered a little bit superficially. So there has been a lot of attention indeed in the questions about the origins of the pandemic virus, which well, many of us think came from the animal world, but we've also during the pandemic seen that the virus has been transferred back from humans into wild animals. Think about the deer populations in the US and Canada, and think about farmed wild animals, the mink situation. So that shows that even a pandemic, which seems to be a mostly human-focused problem, you really have to keep an eye out for what else is going on. And that attention is really difficult to maintain. During a rolling out of a pandemic, it's understandable that the focus and the response really is on the human health problem. But in the meantime, we see escapes. And that's a stark warning, in my view, of why we need to have this One Health focus. And a challenge also before we move to financing is that if you look, for instance, at the monkeypox problem, we have seen that coming. Yet it's very difficult to get attention for these problems unless there are human diseases, and there are human diseases in certain part of the world. So our biggest challenge is to find that attention and to get this awareness really about the early stages of what is happening, what you can do there to actually prevent the downstream problems from happening, and that is money worth spending, where you may not even see it because it's prevented disease. And that is a difficult message to get across when there's so many other priorities to think about, to worry about, and to pay for.
I definitely want to go into the finances, but you mentioned something really interesting. When you speak of monkeypox, you say we saw this coming. So what role should this approach, the One Health approach, be playing when we're thinking about pandemic preparedness? And I'll pass this on to you one day, first of all.
Thanks very much. I think, like my colleagues have really said, it's crucial, and indeed we did see this coming. But I think there's certain lessons that we definitely can leverage on from our experience with the pandemic. For one, certainly we need to start looking at developing and strengthening a more coordinated surveillance system. And I say this not just around human health alone, but how do we start to look at picking up signals from the wildlife sectors as well as livestock and even domestic animals? How do we strengthen surveillance systems, not just in the human health sector, but looking at animal health and in the environmental health sector? I think there are certain things that in terms of coordinated surveillance, an aspect of coordinated surveillance that we really need to expand to in terms of improving how we prevent and control zoonotic diseases such as monkeypox, which we are all talking a bit about. I think there are certain aspects, at least on the continent, the African continent, that we are starting to sort of diversify into and focus on, because we have seen the benefits in terms of COVID-19. And we definitely think it's going to work in our system. Looking at things like wastewater surveillance, for example, looking at wildlife surveillance, doing a routine surveillance. As a matter of fact, one key area that I think it's a good idea for technical experts to start looking at is the wildlife trade surveillance. How wildlife is being moved from countries to countries across continents. Also looking around things like strengthening the laboratory systems and networks to ensure that we have early detection. We at the African continent have developed a continental-based pathogen genomic institute, where we are starting to expand our molecular diagnostics and next generation sequencing infrastructure, not just to human health alone, but looking at it from the agriculture and animal health sectors, just to improve how early we are able to pick up these health outbreaks or these health signals as seen across different sectors. I think one key thing that we all need to start looking at is how do we integrate data to monitor and analyze health effect of climate change, looking at how the environment really impacts how disease dynamics and disease transmission really occurs across all sectors. Lastly, I think a few things that I think One Health would really play is in terms of how do we coordinate our response efforts. One of the things that we are trying to champion on the continent is starting to look at joint disease investigation. For example, looking at it from looking at the current sort of outbreaks that we are seeing beyond monkeypox. We are seeing Rift Valley fever outbreaks as well as Lassa fever. So one of the things that we are really championing and advocating for, because we realize how important One Health approach is building a workforce, a national, district level, community level workforce of a multidisciplinary team that can conduct joint disease investigation as well as joint disease response. Over to you to continue. Thank you.
Thanks, Wanda. You've given us so much to think about. Surveillance system, the data, building a workforce. And Eloise, I know that this is something that you've been working passionately about. So what should we be doing to prepare for the next pandemic, and how should this approach, what role should this approach play?
I think we need to, first of all, it's the thing we all say, but we need to learn the lessons from this pandemic. And I think that there needs to be there's various ways in which we can do that. We need to do that in real time more and more, both using data, but also we need to look back at that beginning phase, that crucial beginning phase of the pandemic, and look at all the different incidents that happened, from the spillover itself to the other. Marion mentioned the mink farming incident. And I think there are lessons that we can learn in different places and in different sectors. So, for example, in Europe, there was action taken on the mink farms to kind of quash the threat potentially. But maybe we should be looking more systemically and more broadly at what rules and regulations are in place. Are the systems really now fit for purpose? What more could be done in our sort of broader farming systems? You know, we need to kind of not just wait for something to go wrong in order to review, but really have that deep dive and take all the expertise that people like our experts on this call have already been telling us for years and years, and make sure that we're actually taking action on them. So at the Pandemic Action Network, for example, we work with many groups, over 250 now, different organizations that want to end this pandemic and prevent the next one and prepare for the pandemics that do unfortunately spill over. And so we want to make sure we get that messaging, those policy asks absolutely right, so that we can put pressure on leaders and finance ministers to take the actions that they need to take, so it doesn't just stay in the health world. And we also, just crucially, before I hand the floor back to you, is really this connection that was already mentioned between health and climate. You talked about awareness and how aware are people, and I think we can do a much better job of communicating that the more we have climate change, the more pandemics are going to increase. And so there's a double incentive there to look at One Health, to take action on climate issues and biodiversity, and also all the health system strengthening and surveillance strengthening we need as well. These issues don't have to be in competition, they are complementary and need to be taken together, and that will increasingly be the case.
Thanks so much. And Marion, so one thing Eloise put out there was, are people learning the lessons? So are we learning lessons? And then what should we be doing as we look to prepare for the next pandemic?
I think we are learning lessons, but maybe not necessarily jointly and globally. The example with the mink farms was interesting. We've seen very different types of response in different parts of the world. On the one hand, total elimination of the whole farming sector. There's been countries where they let the virus burn through the farms, and there's countries that have resorted to vaccination. So actually, by clearly monitoring what happens in those situations, we can actually learn what would be a way that works maybe in different regions about this. There's another lesson. There's been a lot of debate about was the detection of the problem early enough? And what we learned from the mink farming is that by the time, before we actually had our first human cases in our part of the world, the mink already had been infected as well. So, and that wasn't detected until a couple of months later. So it is really difficult to pick up these things early on. And one of the key things that I think we can learn is how do we actually make this tangible? How do we make this actionable? It's one thing to say we must be prepared and we need integrated surveillance, but you cannot expect that to happen immediately everywhere. But we can put some thinking into what would be hotspots, potential hotspots for new problems that you would focus on. And that's the kind of global intelligence that is out there that we could bring together to help make, for instance, this surveillance system that Joanna is mentioning, make that actionable. Where do we actually prioritize that? And the priorities and the focus of the activities may differ in different parts of the world, and that's fine as long as they are connected in terms of exchange of knowledge and data.
So Marion talks about working jointly and working globally. And one day you referred to all these surveillance systems that we should be monitoring. But working hard, it's easy to say let's work together, but it's actually difficult to implement that. What are some of the challenges of actually like putting this into play, having all these sectors that are so used to working in silos almost work together? What's your experience been with that, one day?
quite interesting. I think, yes, I think we can all agree that although we make One Health seem very simplistic, saying everyone just needs to kind of work together to achieve better outcomes, it is quite complex. Looking at it from sectors, or looking at it from a low middle income angle, as some of the key challenges that we see in terms of when we're advocating for coordinated surveillance is the disparity in terms of data standards that we see across different sectors. We also see that there seems to be, of course, because of the human sort of health implications, we see that the human health sectors are really more funded than the animal health or the agricultural sectors. The wildlife and environmental sectors have not been funded for a while, means that they are many decades behind other sectors in terms of standards, setting up the surveillance systems. I would like to agree with Marion to say that indeed there's no one-size-fits-all approach to this, but I think a lot of it is quite contextual. Things like ensuring that to address some of these challenges, you look around developing data standards which can cut across different sectors for that quote-unquote interoperability that we aim to achieve. We also look at things around a political commitment. For the longest time, I think things like the agriculture sector and the environmental sector have not gotten that political push, or say for the, let's look at it holistically, the multi-sectorial coordinating mechanism in many countries have not gotten the right buy-in in terms of political backing, having legislation, policies, and financing to really support this One Health platforms or One Health coordinating mechanisms in these countries. And this is quite relevant to addressing not just zoonotic diseases. I'm looking at issues of biosafety and biosecurity importance, looking at antimicrobial resistance, looking at food safety. So I think those are the key challenges that we are seeing, at least on the African continent. Over to you.
Thanks
If
so
I
much.
can
And
come in on
Eloise,
that. Yes,
yeah,
sorry.
I was actually going to refer to you because you mentioned that you work with 250 organizations. How difficult is it to work together?
So our network comprises 250 plus organizations, and we organize in different ways, continentally, Asia, Africa, Europe in particular, and in the US. But we also crowd people in around particular issues to try and draw on people's expertise. And I think one of the things that we want to do is really try, now this, we're entering a different phase, there's still work to do. We're still very focused on making sure those that need pandemic countermeasures of the COVID response get them. But we also want to make sure that we are connecting the dots between different communities, so that at the Pandemic Action Network, we want to bring in an increasing number of people working on climate, biosecurity, food safety, the issues Dr. Yewande just mentioned, so that we're actually working together and saying, right, from a policy perspective, from a research perspective, from a what will work perspective, what should we be telling governments to do, and how can we unite our voices to be more powerful than different sectors alone? And I think the more we can do that, the more powerful we will be, and it's absolutely urgent that we do so.
Thanks so much. And Marion, you've been working on One Health for the longest time. What challenges are you seeing in the implementation?
I think one key challenge is the preparing for the unexpected, and how do you actually do that? So because my field has been emerging disease preparedness, where we have learned from, for instance, large avian influenza outbreaks, or now the mink situation, the monkeypox, earlier monkeypox outbreaks with prairie dogs in the US. So we learn from these, and then you can have post-event evaluations and recognize who you need around the table. But it is, I think the key challenge is how do you keep that kind of collaboration alive in peacetime? So I do think it requires constant ways of working together and thinking about maybe bringing some of the what now are siloed individual programs together. If you look at things like that from the laboratory's perspective, where I'm from, for instance, we don't necessarily need to have sequencing capacity separate for the human field and the veterinary field and the environmental field. There's no reason why that shouldn't be combined somehow. And there's examples like that in other areas. So my experience is that if you start to work with these multidisciplinary teams on common, maybe not so challenging problems, then you know how to find each other and what makes, what the language is of the different fields once there is an emergency. So it is really about, getting a sort of a routine practice in place. I think that's a key element.
I like the idea of keeping collaboration alive in times of peace. But I also imagine that collaboration itself takes resources. And one day you said that at the moment, human health has more funding than the other sectors, which makes sense on a surface level, but kind of shoots us in the foot later on. So are you seeing sort of these resources going towards collaboration, and what should we be doing to really ensure that we have enough resources to keep this alive when we don't have an emergency? One day, go ahead. I'll come back to you. Oh yes, one day, go ahead. I'll come back to you, Marion.
Yeah,
sure. Fantastic. So that is quite an interesting one, because one thing that you must agree with me, and my colleagues will agree, is with every sort of outbreak or pandemic that we have experienced, there seems to be, it's difficult to maintain that institutional memory. For example, if nothing is done, for example, we go back to the normal. Means we lose the funding that we have been advocating for other sectors. So I think in terms of additional resources, while we are seeing it in the context of the response, we haven't been able to translate it more towards the health system strengthening approach, such that most of the funding is mostly inclined to prevent or to control. But I think we need to put systems in place and fund health system pillars that can adequately be prepared for any health event. COVID has really has been very eye-opening in terms of the disparities around how sectors are being funded. But I think one unique approach, and I'm glad that Marion mentioned it, is how do we start to look around shared resources. For example, investing in a veterinary lab that can at least do the routine testing, which can adequately support human health. COVID has been a proof of concept on the African continent. At the peak of the pandemic, we had to pull in most of our veterinary labs to scale up COVID-19 testing. It has shown us this can work. So one of the things that we need to start doing is documenting the success stories. How can the best way to advocate for financing is when you're able to document a proof of concept. We need to start documenting the economic, the sort of the economic benefit, cost effectiveness of investing in certain key principles around One Health. For example, when you look at early detection, being able to pick up in the wildlife population, and how quickly it would prevent spilling over to human health, and the cost which it would reduce. Look at things like look at dialysis.
I'm just gonna jump in one day.
Together.
Unfortunately, we're running out of time, so I'm just going to jump in. Marion, you did want to add to this conversation on resources, please?
Yes. I think we should be careful not to spend the majority of the resources in coordination efforts. I think we really need money on the ground for real experiments, accepting that it will not be the solution to everything, but we need to get started. And those kinds of experiments, like One Health teams in different parts of the world, can then start to, demonstrate their value. Because we've been saying this for many years now, and I think we just need action.
And as we get to the end of our conversation, Eloise, I'm coming straight to you, Eloise. I want you to just share some closing remarks, your final thoughts as we go into this, and also just shed light on this resourcing issue. What should we be doing?
I just wanted to underline something Marion and Dr. Yewande alluded to, which is about the difficulty, and I think where we come in as civil society, we have to make the case and puncture the complacency or the neglect between the cycle of panic and neglect to make the case for the investments in a One Health approach, in prevention, in preparedness is much more economically viable than waiting for the bad thing to happen. And we've seen a bit of a crisis of logic in this pandemic, and it's very, very hard to understand why, when governments have spent trillions on the response, it's hard to get the billions needed, albeit a lot of money, but not in comparison to the risk. So we've got to find better ways of communicating that. I think the One Health lens and agenda is a good way of doing it. And let's also be connected. So the action teams that Marion talks about are giving the results that help prove the case that can be spread to policymakers and get the funding needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eloise. And just your final thoughts, your final call to action, Marion. We're running right at the end of our conversation. So in 1 minute, what's your final call to action? Marion.
Let's just get going.
Let's get going, nice and quick. And Dr. Wande, your final call to action on this?
Let's get going together across all sectors.
Wonderful. Let's get going together across all sectors. Thank you all for joining me. This was such an insightful conversation, and I wish we had more time to dig into the issues and the resourcing, but I know that our journalists will be following these issues and will be following your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is to understand that it is important to build a more resilient, sustainable, and youth-focused and friendly health system. It should be run by young people and for young people.
À ce terme, je demanderai aux leaders mondiaux d'élargir leur portefeuille sur ce qui concerne la santé sexuelle et reproductive des adolescents.
So to provide resilient health services and healthcare facilities, we need to go to communities and identify their problems and provide according to their problems.
Prenez en compte les personnes sourdes et handicapées dans vos différentes initiatives concernant la santé sexuelle.
Well, hi everyone, my name is Natalie Donbeck and I'm an associate editor and reporter with Devex. And the video we just saw really underlines just how important youth are for strong and resilient health systems. And that's exactly what we're here to talk about today. And I'm really excited to be joined by Crystal Lander, Chief Strategic Engagement Officer at Pathfinder International. Welcome, it's great to have you here.
Thank you, Natalie, great to be here.
Well, amazing. I know that Pathfinder, you really work on improving access to contraceptives and family planning, but also strengthening health systems in, I believe, over 100 countries. So we're excited to tap into some of that expertise today and to learn more about how you can and really must play an integral part of strong and resilient health systems. So yeah, it's great to have you here. And I'll just dive in with the first question because I know we're really short on time, but it was really about the whole idea of global health security. And I think when a lot of people think about it, it brings up images like big Ebola suits, big data labs, big lab sequencing new variants of COVID-19, but it's not all about those kind of high-tech solutions. And as the title of this conversation suggests, why youth matter for global health security, young people are really an integral part of all of this. So I wanted to ask you about the why, and if you could explain that a bit more.
Absolutely, Natalie. You hit the nail on the head. Most people are like thinking about labs. People are thinking about big coverage and PPE, and these are all words that we got used to hearing and seeing. But some of the things we just did not think about was how important it was for the community to be involved. And that community, an integral part of that are young people. Globally, the Population Reference Bureau has said 75% of Africa will, by 2030, will be youth. And in the world, over 42% will be youth. So for us not to pay attention to this key population, that means we really won't be able to address resilient health systems. And in the long run, resilient health systems helps us pull back from triggers in the system that may be something like a COVID, or it may be like a breakout of a political situation. It is really important for us to recognize resilient health systems will bend but won't break. We know now that COVID has, somewhat broken many health systems around the world, and we cannot keep going through this. It's so hard to come back from a break.
Great. And Crystal, next, I really wanted to ask more about the link between youth participation and actively engaging youth in health systems to create more fit-for-purpose health services. Could you talk a bit about the role that they play there and that crucial link?
Absolutely. So one of the things that we've learned from this whole global health crisis going on right now is how systems that are in crises or unstable are not able to deliver on any primary healthcare services. That means that they're shutting down, they don't have resources. So that means young people are shut out. So engaging young people where they are and giving them the proper information, supporting their efforts, engaging them from the beginning really can help us in the long run, because they are strengthening the health system by being your frontline peer educators. They are sharing the right information on social media. They are representing themselves in these other foyer with their peers to make sure information is shared. We also know that stronger health systems have legal and supportive policy foundation in place so that things as they move forward, it may be a political crisis, it may be a social one or a national disaster, they all are addressing the needs of young people where they are. And we saw this with something as simple as the vaccinations and the spread of that information of where they were, where they're located, where they were stockouts. And that was a very important part young people played in many countries around the world.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. And I know WHO recently set up a youth council with the hope of engaging more youth voices and really hearing their ideas about how to reach universal health coverage and improve health for all. So I wanted to ask you, are we seeing more youth at the table during this year's World Health Assembly? And what are NGOs like Pathfinder doing to ensure that this youth engagement actually is part of what is being discussed this week?
Absolutely. And we're excited. WHO has been on the forefront of saying we have to have meaningful youth engagement. Pathfinder has been championing this for a long time with other partners. But what the hybrid nature gives us is that opportunity for youth to engage from their homes and from their phones, to be perfectly honest. We know that they have to be a part of the conversations. They have to be a part of the decision-making ability, and then they have to be asked and included in on solutions. And having WHO set aside and put a focus on youth means that it trickles down to other people doing the same. And WHO creates these policies, creates these platforms for health, and then they ask other countries to pick up those same banners. So I'm excited to see more youth at WHA this year. I would like to see more youth participate in the post conversations also, as these conversations lead from Geneva back to the countries where many of them live and work.
Great, yeah, and I think we'll all be keeping an eye out for that during this week. And the next question was really, going back to the pandemic, which is of course one of the main topics being discussed this week, and we did see a lot of routine basic health services really disrupted during the pandemic, be it access to contraceptives and safe abortions. So I wanted to ask what's needed to actually ensure that these services that are so crucial for youth and their sexual and reproductive health and really their futures aren't disrupted during a crisis, whether that's a pandemic or the climate crisis or a conflict.
Absolutely. And I think that this is the crux of what Pathfinder has really been talking about, is that we have been doing a really great job of addressing young people's needs in the communities where they live, getting closer and closer and having the specific type of services that they need. We recognize that young people do not or will not probably go to the same places where their parents go, or where that neighborhood woman is who will tell their parents that they're going for services. Youth-friendly services have really been a focus, and youth-led services have been a focus. So when disruptions like a COVID really comes into play, it really can cripple in all of those opportunities to really continue to educate young people about sexual and reproductive health. And remember, that includes HIV. We don't want to go back on any of those things. So during this time period, Pathfinder in countries like Ethiopia, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, and even some of our countries in Asia, what we really did in Mozambique in particular was one of those countries where you had young people speaking out and speak openly and saying, we still need services. We still need access to information, and having them advocate to their government by saying things are missing. But also the smart governments actually said, hey, you are right there on the front lines. What's missing there? And how do I leverage you? So this is a two-way conversation, not just a one-way conversation. We have seen that happen more and more. What we need to do is make sure it's scaled up. And that frankly comes to paying attention to young people, strengthening those primary healthcare services and those community health services right there where those young people live. And then they will keep those good habits on into adulthood as they, expand and grow and become part of the workforce and all those other things. So it's really, frankly, an investment, not just of money, but of time and energy and real collaboration.
Well, Crystal, I'm afraid that's actually all we have time to cover today, but I really hope these important conversations around youth participation continue throughout this week, and that we'll actually seeing more youth at the table. And thank you so much, Crystal, and thanks to Pathfinder International for being one of our partners at this year's Devex at WHA 75. And I really hope that all of you enjoy the rest of today's programming from Devex. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Here with me today is, makes no introduction. You've seen her all the time during WHO press briefings, Dr. Maria Van Kerkhove, who is the technical lead on COVID-19 at the World Health Organization. Maria, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, WHO has been reminding everyone really that this COVID-19 pandemic is not yet over, right? But being here in Geneva, you're seeing things feels back to normal, and it's not just in Geneva and in a lot of countries. And also COVAX is saying there's been a slowing down of demand for COVID vaccines. I just want to get a sense, how concerned are you with all of these developments in the response to COVID-19? Or are we seeing the end of this global emergency?
So first of all, thanks for still talking about COVID-19, because it isn't over, unfortunately. We're still very much dealing with this virus that is circulating at an incredibly intense level around the world. We're in a different phase of the pandemic for sure. We have an incredible number of tools, life-saving tools, that if we can actually get to people, will save their lives. Having tools for tools' sake, but not actually using them, won't help people. So what we are seeing across the world is we're seeing a significant decline in people needing hospitalization and people dying from infection from SARS-CoV-2. And that's a good thing. That's what one would expect when you have so many safe and effective vaccines. But that decline in morbidity, mortality, burden is not being seen everywhere. And the reason for that is because we don't have these tools, these vaccines in every country. So what we're trying to do is ensure that in all countries, we reach this 70% target. But within that 70% target of all populations, it's 100% of at-risk people. So people who are over the age of 60, people who have underlying conditions, and we will continue to fight for that because we know it saves people's lives. It's not only the morally right thing to do, but it's the epidemiologic right thing to do. And it's also the economically right thing to do. So we're still dealing with this virus. And then we can't say it's over yet for the sheer fact that there are at least 10,000 people dying every week, most of which are preventable. And this pandemic has changed our entire life. It's either someone we know we've been infected ourselves, or someone in our family has died, but it's changed futures. It's changed people's trajectories of, where they're going in their life. So there's a lot more that we need to do to end this. So unfortunately, it's not over, but the good news is that we have the tools to end it.
You mentioned about the 10,000 deaths a week. How reliable are those numbers now? Because we know that several countries have dropped their testing.
So that's a good question. So we are currently monitoring a number of different parameters with this pandemic. We're looking at case reports, like how many cases are being detected each week, how many deaths are being reported each week. And ideally, what we would like to be able to report on is how many people are requiring hospitalization, how many people are requiring admission to an intensive care unit, how many people need to go on ventilation. That would actually be a better marker, but we don't have that data in all countries. Testing rates have plummeted in recent weeks. So following the Omicron wave, and as you know, I hope we can talk a little bit about the variants, but as you know, many countries went through a substantial wave of Omicron. And those numbers are declining in a number of countries, but testing rates have dropped. So I have very little confidence in the actual case reports. On the death side, that's a little bit different because obviously somebody will need hospitalization and people are dying, and that's easier to record. But we know that both cases and deaths are an underestimate of the true number of cases and deaths. To date, more than 6.2 million cases have died. 6.2 million people have died. Mothers, fathers, brothers, sisters, kids. But we know that the true estimate is at least double that. So we've known from the beginning that we're not able to capture all of these cases and deaths, but it's really our responsibility to ensure that we do everything we can to prevent any further deaths, and we can do that.
Well, people are saying, of experts are talking, it's not going to go away. Yeah, it can turn into an endemic disease, but it's not going to go away. But how can we move to ending the emergency phase? Like WHO has announced a public health emergency of international concern. How can we finally say, no, it's no longer a global health emergency?
So this is really such an excellent question because as the World Health Organization, we work with everyone everywhere, and we're a global agency. We have regional offices and country offices, but we look at everything as a whole. And we look at this event, this pandemic, as a global event. Now, in individual countries, they may be at a place where their emergency is over in that sense, where they are managing COVID-19. And when I say managing COVID-19, I mean number one, they have access to vaccines, they have access to tests, they have access to therapeutics, and they're using those to keep people alive and preventing people from developing severe disease and death. But that's not being seen in every country. And so we are not able to end this public health emergency of international concern until we reach the point where we can end the emergency everywhere else. The other concern that we have is that this virus is still circulating at an incredibly intense level. Last week alone, there were almost 4 million cases reported. 4 million cases. And that's in the context of significant declines in testing. So there's a lot of circulation. And with a lot of circulation, even though that's not translating to high numbers of hospitalizations and deaths, the virus still has an opportunity to change. And we don't know exactly how the virus will mutate. So we think in scenarios. We think certainly the virus will continue to evolve because that's what viruses do. But the next variant of concern we expect will be more transmissible because it will need to replace other variants, Omicron and the sublineages that are circulating. But we don't know if it will be more severe or less severe. And we don't know if further variants will have properties of immune escape, which means our vaccines may be less effective. So we have to just kind of keep up this level of vigilance And it's not to scare anybody, but we have tools. We've put systems in place, public health systems in place for surveillance, for testing with a strong workforce. We have adequate personal protective equipment, not everywhere, but we have supply. We have adequate numbers of vaccines. We've had almost 12 billion doses of vaccines administered to date. But about 1 billion eligible people in the world, primarily in low-income countries, have not received a single dose. So what are we waiting for to address this? We've got the supply. We understand how horrible COVID-19 has been. What are we waiting for?
You talked about vaccines, and I also want to talk about treatments, because now that's what everyone's talking about, right? With vaccines, we've had challenges really with equitable access, and now the same narrative is happening with treatments. I just want to get a sense of, because WHO has called Pfizer's the antiviral drug Paxlovid the best therapeutic choice for high risk patients to date, but you're worried about accessibility. And so, what is the status of access to the drug in lower income countries, and what needs to happen to change that?
So it's similar to what we are seeing with access to vaccines. I mean, it's wonderful. First and foremost, it's fantastic that we have more therapeutics for COVID-19 patients. In the beginning, the focus was really on therapeutics for severe patients, but now we have antivirals where you can administer them if they're within a certain number of days of developing symptoms. And it could prevent people from developing severe disease and going on to dying. And that's incredible, but you have to have access to it. So we're working on access, we're working on price, and when we say access, it's about production, but it's also about the ability of countries to be able to purchase this and have in country and use. The other issue is whether or not countries are in a good position to have a test that's reliable to get that patient into that clinical care pathway. So as the World Health Organization, we're working on all of those aspects of that, from everything from evaluating the evidence to issuing the guidance to making sure that we have good tests that are out there and getting patients into the clinical care pathway so that they can use these life-saving tools.
One thing, because there's a lot of talk about financing, WHO financing at this week's WHA. And there were some historic decisions that happened yesterday, but I wanted to talk about specifically about the health emergencies program of WHO. Do you have enough funding to be able to, implement all of the things that you needed to do? Because it's not just COVID.
I mean, the short answer to that is, of course, the responsibilities of the WHO Health Emergencies Program led by Dr. Mike Ryan, our executive director, who's just absolutely incredible person, incredible scientist, incredible leader. No, we certainly don't have enough money to carry out all of the actions because we deal with everything from the COVID-19 pandemic. And of course, we're working across WHO. We're working with many, many partners. The situation in Ukraine, the situation in Afghanistan with monkeypox, with preparedness activities for arboviruses. So the whole spectrum. We don't yet have enough funds, and I don't know how
much is the shortfall at the moment?
What I can say is we have issued an update to our strategic preparedness, readiness, and response plan for COVID-19, and this is essentially the plan to end the emergency of COVID-19 all over the world, and we're about $1 billion short of funding that for 2022.
So what's the impact of that on the ground and also on your capacity within the program?
Well, it impacts everything because when we receive funding at the World Health Organization, that money doesn't sit here in Geneva, for us here. We get that money out to our regions, to our countries to implement the plans, to ensure that, when we issue this guidance around clinical treatment or on infection prevention and control or on vaccine delivery, that we are able to support countries, national governments, and partners to be able to implement. A vaccine doesn't save someone's life. Vaccination does. And so as WHO, the people that we are, that when we have around 7,000 people that work for WHO, we also work with partners all over the world. And those funds help us actually implement, turn that know-how into how-to and into action. So it limits our ability to be able to do that.
We've heard, recently disease outbreaks, right? There's the severe viral hepatitis of unknown origin affecting children.
Mm-hmm.
There's monkeypox.
Mm-hmm.
how are you sort of dividing that work within the program?
Well, we have amazing staff. I mean, I always get the question, people say to me, Maria, how big is your team? And I have an amazing team here at WHO. And I'm so grateful for my WHO colleagues here in HQ and in the regions and in countries. But we also work with academics and public health professionals all over the world. So what I consider my team, and I don't mean this as a joke, but thousands of people around the world to work with us to help us understand each one of these examples that you brought forward. What is happening with this acute hepatitis of unknown origin? What are the studies that need to be done? How do we expand surveillance? The same thing for monkeypox. How do we advance our understanding on monkeypox, a virus that has been around for years, for decades, to be able to better understand it, to be able to better control it in endemic countries. And now we're seeing different transmission patterns in non-endemic countries. So we work with people all over the world to implement. WHO is a secretariat of 194 member states. So we work with people in countries to implement these programs. So by extension, we're all WHO.
But because we're seeing all of this, does that mean that, hey, countries have improved surveillance, or does that mean that we should be concerned because we're becoming more vulnerable to these disease threats?
That's also a good question because it's both. Our surveillance capacities we've been trying to improve surveillance capacities for different types of pathogens, respiratory pathogens, influenza, coronaviruses. In the last 2 years, PCR capacity has expanded dramatically around the world. The use of self-testing has increased. Our awareness of some of these pathogens has improved. And so we are able to detect things quicker. But at the same time, we've really changed the disease ecosystem of this planet in the last 2.5 years because we had a virus that emerged into the human population, completely susceptible global population. The world shut down for a couple of years. And now we're starting to mix again. We're now starting to see different patterns of influenza outside of normal, typical seasonal patterns. Same thing with RSV. We're now able, to see some things that are popping up that were not expected, like this acute hepatitis in children. So we just have to be prepared and we have to use those systems. We're hoping that this horrible situation that we've gone through, that we're still going through, that many are still going through for COVID-19, builds a foundation that we start from for the next. What we don't want to see are the dismantling of systems and we go back in time. I'm not going backwards. You shouldn't go backwards. No one should be going backwards. We should be building upon what we have, using those systems. So maybe testing for SARS-CoV-2 goes down, but let's fill that space with testing for other things. And let's just be better prepared. There's no, people used to say peacetime. They used to call inter-pandemic periods or inter-epidemic periods peacetime. There's no peacetime. Pandemic preparedness is a constant and it requires constant investment and attention. The public doesn't have to worry about this all the time. And I hope we can take that worry away. But the agencies that are dealing with this need to be properly funded to be able to make sure that the world is in a better place. And governments have a responsibility to do that as well.
Can we end the COVID-19 global emergency this year?
We can. I think we can. It'll take a lot of hard work. It will take a lot of really tough questions about making sure that we address the inequity that exists. There's no reason why we couldn't. The only hesitation that I have is about the virus, is about SARS-CoV-2 and whether or not we will see different variants. We have to remain humble to this virus. I think I am hopeful that we can because we actually have so many tools. In the beginning of this pandemic, there was no guarantee that we would have a vaccine. And now we have so many safe and effective vaccines. We really need to use those. We have treatments, we have tests, we have a workforce and a willingness. We just really need to bring that solidarity together across the world to save people's lives. And there's no reason why we couldn't do that.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Kharkov, for really joining us today and all of these insights. Please stay tuned for more of our panels.
Devex at WHA 75. We're here on the ground in Geneva, and today I'm delighted to be joined by Lucien Foster, who's the head of health partnerships at Meta. And Meta is the umbrella company that obviously includes social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, and Instagram. And technology has found itself at the middle of the pandemic. You've also found yourself responding to the crisis. So I'd just like to, kick off by asking you, what was the defining COVID moment for you at Meta, and how did you sort of start responding to it?
It's a great question, and I'm really excited to be here, Amrita, so thank you.
Thank you.
So it's actually, we were actually on the ground, I guess, a little bit earlier than I think folks might have thought. So when the WHO declared an emergency, we actually had a strategy set forward. One thing that I think a lot of people don't realize about Meta is that we've actually been working on health for the last 5 years. So 5 years ago, we actually launched a blood donations tool on Facebook, and we first launched in India. And that tool allowed people to find blood banks and connect with blood banks and be able to solicit blood. And so through that, we had worked with many partners. It's actually in over 40 countries now, if you can imagine. Right. So we worked with various blood banks and governments and partners. And so we had this great network. And we also knew that our platforms, specifically Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp, were really great vehicles for people to be able to access information. And so it started there. And so we knew we had a great platform that could help reach people. And then we also knew that, we had a network of people that we could rely on to get expert and reliable information out there.
Right, that's great. So you already had some sort of a structure that you could leverage. And you just spoke about information, and that has been sort of like the key, factor in this pandemic in sort of trying to reach people, in trying to make them understand what is going on, because things were also changing so fast. So how did Meta respond to evolving information, as it were?
I mean, that's the thing. It was such a challenge, right? It was, I think the entire world, was trying to evolve and understand what was being brought to them and the information that was out there. And so it was a critical thing for us. We knew we had experts and partners, and we're not an expert, right? And so that was the thing that was really important to us, was how do we bring access to expert, academic, reliable information quickly? And we knew we had to leverage a partner set, and it shouldn't be from our voice. But I think one thing that I actually want to take a step back on first is just the importance of accurate and reliable information, because I think we take it a little bit for granted. So one thing we know is that in the absence of good information, misinformation can thrive.
Right.
And so actually providing access to good information is really, it's part of a tactic, right? If you're going to address misinformation, we knew that we had to provide reliable, accurate information, and you also have to remove the misinformation. And I think the challenges with misinformation specifically is it's actually not as prevalent as we think about it sometimes, because misinformation can be, I can cure COVID with bleach.
Right.
But a lot of the things that you see on a platform are much more opinion-based. And so what you'll see is, oh, I got a COVID vaccine and I have a headache. Or, the COVID vaccine is causing blood clots. And so because there's so much more of information of that, people need context to understand and be able to associate of, okay, how do I determine this validity? Because the things to remove are easy, right? COVID can be cured by bleach. But starting to build context and help someone understand of, okay, there was an opinion of, or a fact out there that people might have thought as a fact. How do I determine the accuracy of that? And that's why the accurate and reliable information is so important, because it brings people that context and they can then make the decision for themselves. And so, that was really, we knew accurate and reliable information was important. So the first thing, we did is, I think one of the things we're most proud of is we have a COVID information center. We made that available on Facebook and Instagram. And that was bringing accurate and reliable information up to the center so people could see it in their news feeds, see it in the platforms where they already were.
Right.
The other thing that we did is we actually worked with many of our partners, right? And we were able to give over $100 million in ad credits. And what that did was it allowed partners of ours and this expert information to come out across the ads platform and reach over 80 billion people in impressions. So just that wide, vast amount. And that really was the first thing and kind of one of the biggest, not only one of a challenge, but a way for us to activate.
Right, right. It's really interesting to me that you bring up the idea of, opinions that are misinformation based, but also, just statements that are put out there. So as a company and, working across different platforms, how did you sort of, differentiate between the two? And also, what were sort of the mechanisms that were put in place to remove some of these posts, and also kind of, again, trying to, I guess, divert them in the right direction?
Yes, so we have a global fact-checking across many different languages. That was one thing in order to be able to identify. One thing that we've also done is worked with experts to specifically help us validate. And again, like misinformation, it has to be misinformation. It's something to be debunked by academic experts.
Yeah.
And so that's another element that we put in place. So those, and then stringent content policies have been really kind of key. But again, I always want to go back to that is removing. The harder thing is actually getting the accurate and reliable information out there so people can make those decisions for themselves.
Right. That's really interesting. And then, that also brings us to how do you put out this reliable information? And you said, you're not the experts, you work with the other experts. So did you also find yourself in this tricky position of trying to, be the arbiter of truth in some way, and trying to, again, like, how did you partner with different organizations? How did you choose who to partner with, and how did that sort of process evolve over time?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. We are not the arbiter of truth. We are not experts in the space. And so what we did is, again, going back to the blood donations, we had so many great partners that we worked with, like the WHO, who had been partners with us for the last couple of years. And we were able to work with them and understand what was, one of the great things about the $100 million in ad credits was these partners were able to take the information and then push the information out there, and through our ads platform, able to measure it, right? Measure what was the information that was resonating, understand who the right trusted messengers were for that information, and be able to actually measure the benefit and the influence that the information had.
Right. That's so interesting that you bring up the point of measurement. So how did that process work? And do we have some examples that we can share?
Yes. So, when we talk about measurement, it was measurement that was already within our ads measurement platform. It's called Brand Lift. And some of the things that we found using that was, for example, in certain countries like the Philippines, I think public health officials there found that actually the trusted messengers were healthcare workers. Or another example that we saw was that in certain markets, right, when you think about information, which were the platforms that were going to work? And so one thing that was really interesting was to find out that we worked with so many governments to enable WhatsApp chatbots, right? So that people could get information. There's some information that you want to inquire from a chatbot, and other information that you might see within an ad. So being able to understand what was things that people needed on demand versus things that they wanted to get more information and read about and have more context, or I just want to know where to get a vaccine.
Yeah. And how did you, again, sort of decide which program works for which country? Because if there's one thing that we've learned from the pandemic is that not every country, not every region even within countries reacts in the same way to both information and to the situation of the day. So how did you decide that, and were there different programs that you then had to run in different countries?
Yes, so there's actually a great example of this. So, we did when I think of the last 2 years, we knew we had a responsibility, and I think the biggest responsibility was to test and learn and then share our learnings out. And so one of the areas that I thought was really interesting was, we were kind of speculating, trying to build lots of tools. One thing we built was the vaccine finder, and so we had launched this in the US. It was a tool as the vaccines came out to be able to locate where to get a vaccine. And it was incredibly impactful in the US. But when we looked at the tool and we looked at what it brought, which was, being able to collate and understand what location, what store, what provider, center, it was something that was perhaps not applicable to every other country, because you think about other countries, the access to care is a little bit more directed.
Yeah.
And so we were like, oh, well, this is something, as we measured the viability of it going to another country, this isn't something that we could actually scale.
Right.
And so there was a lot of that, of testing and learning. But then again, sharing that, because, when we had talked about Vaccine Finder, everyone was like, oh, that sounds really interesting. But when you shared out of like, this is actually where it works and where it may not work.
Right, and it won't work in different countries, because in a lot of the other countries, the Ministry of Health just decides, and it's sort of taken care of by the government. So you sort of have to see where the gaps are and where you can come in as a tech company.
Yes.
That's really interesting. And then, you know, that also speaks to kind of meeting people where they are, right? And that also speaks to sort of knowing who your audience is and knowing who the influencers are. So, and I know that, you know, there have been some really big influencer campaigns that you have run. So how did you decide that, and how, like, take us sort of behind the scenes a little bit?
I mean, to be honest, like I would say we didn't decide. Again, like working with a lot of the partners, we were able to run measurement campaigns and to see who were the right messengers for various populations. So for example, the one that I just stated on the Philippines is that they realized that it was healthcare workers. In some parts of the US, we found that faith leaders were important. It was really about having, you know, basically putting a lot of ideas out there and then starting to test. And I think the biggest thing was then being able to test. And what we would do is we would publish out the insights by country, you know, to the partners that we were working with. So we developed insights reports across many different countries, and then we would send them out to partners, share these learnings, share learnings on calls with them so that they could take that information and quickly kind of pivot. The other thing that is interesting too is, you know, within the ads platform, one of the expectations of being in Facebook and Instagram is that things are customized to you.
Right.
And so I think that there was almost just a natural expectation for people as if you're going to be giving me information, if you're going to be serving me ads, I expect it to be personalized. I expect the message to resonate.
Yeah.
And so sharing those learnings, because that was a challenge, right? Information was changing. We needed to get accurate and reliable information there. We needed to make sure that the right trusted messengers were giving the information. And all of this is happening with, you know, to be honest, social media is something new for public health. We haven't used it as much before. And so testing, learning, sharing those insights, I think it's a great path forward. So
yeah, no, that sounds really exciting, and also for the partners that are involved. So could you talk a little bit about, you know, what is the way forward, and what do some of these partnerships look like going forward? And we're here at the World Health Assembly, so what are some of the things that you're expecting at the Assembly as well?
So, you know, I talked a lot about access to information and reliable information. And I think one thing we realized is the platform can actually have something to contribute in access to support and access to care. And so one thing that we learned, and this is something I'm really excited to kind of further invest in, and Meta is excited to further invest in, is this access to support. So one thing that was so interesting was, you know, especially as many of us were, you know, in our homes, quarantined, people turned to Facebook for communities. Right. And so a lot of communities spun up. So for example, there was a community that was already live that was Katie Morton is a licensed therapist, and she was able to offer mental health, and her community grew during the pandemic. Similarly, there was a community that stood up that was for people of dealing with long COVID, right? So this is kind of more towards the end of the pandemic. There's over 150,000 people in this global community. It's called Survivor Corps, where people were able to share their experiences, connect with other people, really get that support, and then within that, be able to have researchers kind of see what's going on within that group and almost like have some validation of, you know, the impact that they were having from COVID. So that access to support is one area that we definitely want to pursue and start understanding more community groups that are on, and people that are able to get support on Facebook within these. The second thing is this access to care. So I had mentioned the WhatsApp chatbots, and, you know, lots of governments had enabled WhatsApp chatbots for information. There were some, for example, in Indonesia, where they enabled the chatbots to actually help people find the vaccine and schedule the vaccine appointment. So if you can think about this, and what it ended up being was that I think it was over a third of the country's healthcare workers scheduled their appointments within 5 days. Right. So you think about just that access to care is so quick, and that, you know, you can start using things like chatbots to help direct people, have them schedule appointments. It's really exciting. So we think of like further partnerships where like we want to start investing more in that space.
Right, right. That is really exciting, and we will be watching what you do, and we will be watching the partnerships that you end up forging through the pandemic and even beyond. Thank you so much, Lucien, for this candid conversation. We look forward to talking to you again.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you to everyone for joining us for this session on providing healthcare in conflict. My name is Sarah Jerving. I'm a global health reporter at Devex, and I'll be moderating this panel. Conflict destroys health systems. Facilities are damaged and vandalized, health workers are killed, and populations are left without treatment in a context where they need it the most. Health systems have been increasingly a target in conflict, and sometimes this destruction is deliberate, which is a violation of international law. Today, we're speaking to 3 experts who have experienced firsthand the devastation brought by conflict on health systems. We're joined by Dr. Mohammed Abbas, who is Regional Program Manager for the Middle East and North Africa at MedGlobal. He's based in Yemen. Jamie Nadal, who is the United Nations Population Fund Representative to Ukraine. And Dr. Hayelom Kebede, who is former Chief Executive Director at Ayder Comprehensive Specialized Hospital in Tigray, Ethiopia. Dr. Kebede, if we can start with you. Tigray's health system has collapsed. Much of the destruction, looting, and military occupation of health centers in Tigray happened between November 2020 and June 2021. Can you talk about your experiences during that initial period of the conflict as your role as Executive Director at Ayder Referral Hospital in Mekelle?
Thank you very much, Sarah, and thank you for inviting me to talk about health systems before the war and after the war. So just for everybody to understand that before the war, health system of Tigray was one of the modest in the country, and it had more than 47 hospitals and more than 20,000 workforces. And when it comes to Ayder, Ayder is one of a university hospital in a country which gives service for more than 10 million, which includes the whole 7 million population of Tigray and population of Afar, and also some of regions from the neighboring region. So it is one of, and we have around 360,000 patients are visiting annually before the war. And so this university hospital is a very specialized because it gives many specialized services like dialysis and cardiacs and diabetics and many others. And it has also students with residents with many medical students and paramedics. So this is one of the hospital has more than 600 beds, and it makes the university hospital second next to Addis Ababa University, which is found in the capital. So this university hospital is really quite tremendous service for the region and for the country. This was before the war. When the war started, now things has been changed upside down. And in early times of the war, when our capital, Mekelle, was occupied by the military conflict actors, and the hospital was totally collapsed immediately. And this is because, one, there is no electricity, and the other thing is there is no medical supply, and the other one is the health workers are a very difficult situation because there is a curfew imposed in the capital, which starts on November 29. So that makes people not moving and helping patients. So in early times, 3 kind of patients are coming to our hospital. One is a very high number of girls and women who have been raped. And the other ones are people who have been also sustained injuries because of the shellings. For instance, when Mekelle was occupied, the capital of the region was occupied in November 29, and what happened is 23% was died, and 73% came to hospital of sustained injury. So this was just we are so unprepared for large mass of casualties coming to the hospital. So quite a lot of people are coming with high number of casualties, and some of them are died. So it was completely chaos in early times. And the other thing is also the girls and women are also coming So we are not sure what's going on because they complaints of gang rapes and many things, and then we are not prepared for that. We are not sure what we can do with the girls and women who are coming to the hospital, and we have also chronic patients, and they are also coming and said they need insulin and they need dialysis stations and then so on, and then we can't do that. We can't do that because there is no electricity and there is no supply. So in early times, it was a completely chaos that we can't manage all the patients who are flooding. And we asked some questions because it was early. Some of the hospitals were used to give some of the services. So people are not only coming to our hospital. And we asked what was happened. And then everybody told us there is no, everything was vandalized and looted and destroyed in the periphery. It's only this hospital that survived. And we were just, so you can imagine one of the modest in the region and in the country was completely collapsed. So more than 200, we have more than 47 hospitals and more than 230 health centers. All these are collapsed. So everybody is coming to our hospital for help. That we can't help. We can't give services because it's overwhelming. And it's also, the war is also continuing, and our colleagues are not also have a chance to move around because there was a curfew was imposed, so everybody is not allowed to move. So it was in early times, it was really very difficult to manage, and all this we are unprepared of that time.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Kebede. Jamie, UNFPA has raised the alarm in recent months about the needs of pregnant women, new mothers, and babies in Ukraine. What are those needs and what are the challenges your teams are facing in delivering services and reaching those in need?
Thank you, Sarah, and thank you for inviting me to this very interesting discussion and very pertinent, I have to say. Yeah, indeed. Let me give you some figures as well. We estimate that there are about 265,000 pregnant women in Ukraine. Out of them, about 80,000 will be giving birth in the next 3 months, and about 11,000 of them will develop complications during pregnancy and during delivery. And of course, as Dr. Kebede mentioned, these women and new mothers are among the most vulnerable ones in the war in Ukraine, but I think in any conflict, not just in Ukraine. And we know, based on our experience, that in times of greater stress, the risks to health just intensify exponentially. We know that pregnant women are at higher risk of miscarriage, preterm labor, premature birth, and other complications. We also know that the number of preventable maternal deaths also increases due to the lack of access to prenatal and postnatal care. It is precisely what Dr. Kebede was explaining about Tigray. Is exactly what is happening here as well. The moment when those services are most needed is when those women lack precisely those services. What we are seeing in Ukraine is not very different from the situation that was described. We also have health facilities that have been damaged. We also have cities that have been under shelling for very long. And we have also seen, and this is perhaps the difference, that there have been attacks against health facilities. So all these factors make women altogether very afraid of seeking any kind of treatment, accessing health facilities, and accessing life-saving services that are related to the reproductive health. So what is UNFPA doing? Well, all our efforts are really focusing on helping pregnant women receive antenatal checkups, skill attendance at delivery, and postnatal care services. Now, how do we do it in Ukraine? And I think the context in Ukraine is probably very different from the context in Tigray. But we are trying to guarantee a steady supply of life-saving commodities. We want to make sure that health workers have the necessary medicines and equipment to deliver high quality or the best possible quality care to all pregnant women and newborn babies during the war. And we are working with health professionals to reach pregnant women and new mothers through, for instance, mobile reproductive health clinics that provide primary healthcare services as well as referral to specialized facilities. I can give you an example, for instance. I mean, we've been equipping health facilities with much needed equipment, medicines, and reproductive health kits. So far, we have shipped 54 metric tons of supplies to maternity hospitals in areas like Chernihiv, Sumy, Kherson, Mykolaiv, Kiev, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kharkiv, and Poltava. Well, for anyone who knows a little bit of the geography of Ukraine, these areas are the areas that have been directly affected by war operations. And we've been making sure that there was a steady supply of commodities to the hospitals, so the hospitals, the health system would not collapse, which is, again, what was presented about Tigray. The fact that the system collapsed, well, we've been trying to secure the supply of those commodities to keep the system up and running, to keep the system functional. Very soon, we will be receiving about 27 metric tons of supplies, and we hope that we will continue scaling up our interventions. At the end, our goal is that no woman dies while giving birth in Ukraine.
Thank you, Jamie. Dr. Abbas, about half the health facilities in Yemen are non-functional, and even the functioning half are only operational to varying degrees. Can you talk about some of the challenges your teams have in providing health services given this extensive damage to the system?
Yes, thank you first for giving me the opportunity to talk about the Yemen needs and the humanitarian needs in Yemen. So first I will talk about, in general, about the situation in Yemen. As you know, more than 7 years of armed conflict in Yemen has caused tens of thousands of civilian casualties and displaced over 4 million people, making Yemen one of the world's largest humanitarian crises and aid operation. When we're talking about the health in Yemen, like from the last HNO, more than 21 million people in needs, high needs for health support and health services, and it was reported in the last HNO also, like more than 12.6 million people are in acute need for health assistance. For overview of the health system here in Yemen and the health condition of the people in Yemen continue to deteriorate in the wake of indes of conflict, which have deficit the public health system. According to the last 2021 HERMs, like more than 49% of the health facility are either non-functioning or partially functioning. For those who are partially functioning or working, they have a big issue of struggling with the severe shortage of medical equipment, supplies, and also staff. Lack of staff is very common here in Yemen, and also only like 80% or 11% of the health facility who are already functioning or working, they haven't got a qualified staff. So for us, Mid-Europe here in Yemen, we are providing health services in the health facilities. We are training the staff. We are hiring the staff because with the current conflict, most of the staff, they leave the country and they are now displaced to another area. So we are trying to have a higher staff to continue providing the health services in that rural area. We are having more modalities. We are supporting the healthcare in the community through a mobile team, and also we are running the 2 hospitals and health facility, which can also facilitate the referral system between the community level and the district level.
Thank you, Dr. Abbas. Dr. Kebede, the Ethiopian government has restricted the amount of medical supplies and other aid brought into Tigray. What sort of things are you hearing from your former colleagues about the health situation in the region?
Yeah, that's the reality. bigger reality that we are currently seeing. So colleagues, I have every day contact with my colleagues in the ground, and they are telling me it's getting worse and worse. And so we can just categorize it in three. So starting from November up to June, at least there was a minimal or a little transportation of medicine. So some medicines are coming, not enough, but at least people can move from Mekelle to Addis, and there will be some sort of mobility in a population. But starting from June till now, it was a complete siege and a complete blockage of everything which is coming out in and out. So it's completely devastating. So colleagues are telling me that there is no medicine at all in some areas, particularly the WHO, ICRC are trying to provide, but medicine is just, it's like, unless you have a sustained way of storing or medicines coming out. So it's not just one time giving services. So it's every time you have to supply. So there should be supply, and the demand has to be continued progressively. But now it seems that ICRC or WHO may drop some medicines this week, and then for the coming months, and then it was completely stopped. So this cannot work in a medical arena, because there should be a continuous supply of medicines and also consumables for all medical services. So what's happening is the government is purposefully and blocked, and so that the people in Tigray can be subjugated or to be submissive to its ruling attention. So it's not acceptable that to use this humanitarian blockade as a means of war, because at least if the government can do just give a free access for NGOs, for UN agencies to move in and out, and people can move in and out, so that they can make a negotiation. But it looks like it was completely blocked, and people are dying in three things. One is there is high increment of malnutrition in children. So it reaches more than now 30%, and it used to be below 10 for the war. And the other thing is those who have been sexually raped, and these are in a very emotional trouble. They are emotional problem because they didn't get any sort of treatment of healing to go to the community. And the other thing is people who have suffered with chronic illnesses like diabetics and dialysis. They have been just dying because they couldn't even move, and they couldn't withdraw their money from a bank because the bank is blocked. Every service is blocked, so they cannot go out from the region, go to Addis because there is no transportation. So the people telling me on the ground is it's human tragedy in this 21st century that the world is seeing, and 6 and 7 million population is just dying. So it's a matter of time that all the population may be died if things are not changing in the coming months. So it's getting worse and worse every day and then every time. So people now, some of very diseases which can be prevented by a very easy way, people are dying because there is no any electricity, and the hospital is not functioning. The lab reagents and the medical equipments are not working. So people just give some of the medications which comes from the WHO, ICRC, and some other agencies. They just give them, and without giving some sort of investigation on the disease. So many preventable diseases are now very common, and people are dying. So the dying, the impact will have in the next 10, 20 years in the coming year, and then that generation will have impacted. So people telling me, even colleagues by themselves, they are in a very difficult situation. So it's really horrific that what's happening in Tigray. It's a multifaceted problem. food crisis, medical crisis, and everything crisis in the region, where people, 6 and 7 million people are just in a hostage and in a complete blockage by systematical by its own government. So unless the government on an international community intervene, it will be another catastrophic of 6 and 7 million population will die, because you cannot live for months, for years, with a complete blockade and siege. And then if this will not be changed, then the fate of this whole population is just to die. So it's, I know people much attention was because many conflicts are coming these days. There is a conflict in Ukraine, in Yemen, and also elsewhere. But there is, this one is a very peculiar one, because it was 360 siege, and it's not allowed people even to flee, and are not people are allowed to move around or to withdraw their money even in a bank, because bank is completely blocked. So in my view, and people telling me that this will continue in the coming months and weeks, then we'll see it will be catastrophe. Many of colleagues, because everything was collapsed, and will be very tragedy of this thing.
And Jamie, can you talk a bit about the scale of gender-based violence in the conflict in Ukraine? What sort of services do survivors need, and what are some of the challenges in providing these services?
Yes, well, the scale of the displacement, let me start with providing you with the broader picture. No? The scale of the displacement is massive. I mean, yesterday, we crossed the mark of the 8 million internally displaced population. Over half of them are women and children. We have gone over the 5 million mark in terms of refugees, over 90% of them being women and children. And we know that women and girls in particular, who find themselves in the middle of hostilities, on the move, at border crossing points, in bomb shelters, with host families, they all face increased risks of sexual and physical violence, exploitation, and abuse. And let me also share with you that we have to be very careful with the data and with the figures and the numbers that we use. We also know that the data that is reported on sexual and gender-based violence do not always paint an accurate picture of the extent or the occurrence of gender-based violence. Let me give you an example. The national hotline that we have in Ukraine, operated by La Strada and supported by UNFPA, received this week alone reports of 184 cases of gender-based violence. However, we know that in an emergency like this, the number of cases of violence recorded and the available data do not represent the true magnitude of the violence. It's just the tip of the iceberg. So our priority at UNFPA is to ensure that survivors of gender-based violence and survivors of conflict-related sexual violence have access to comprehensive support services, the services that they need, that we apply a survivor-centered approach, one that includes the clinical management of rape and post-rape care treatment for cases of conflict-related sexual violence. Why? Because the more that those services are available, the more women will be likely to seek assistance and support. The needs are rising very fast, and unfortunately, the services for women who have suffered sexual violence, including rape, are very scarce on the ground. They are almost non-existent. So, as I said before, expanding the number of services and expanding the range of services they can access is our top priority. This is why we have increased our protection and response services for survivors. We are working with partners on the ground to prioritize their needs, their rights, their wishes. And we are coordinating at this point in time about 10 shelters, 8 crisis rooms, 3 daycare centers, and 9 service delivery points prepositioning supplies and distributing dignity kits to ensure that the survivors of violence, especially survivors of sexual violence, receive life-saving care and the kind of assistance that they require. A challenge that we face has to do with the fact that it's an underreported crime. It's an stigmatized issue, even in peaceful times. Many women are afraid to report those cases, to seek assistance for a variety of reasons that may be related to limited access to life-saving information on the issue, lack of access to specialized services, fear of the stigma associated with this kind of violence, the state of shock or denial that they may be going through, and many other reasons. No? We may also confront a situation whereby the facilities, as is happening a lot in Ukraine, have been damaged or destroyed, and that the resources are just stretched or diverted to respond to the needs of displaced persons without entering into specific problems or specific cases. Many service providers, I don't know if this is the case in the other crisis that we are talking about today, but it is the case in Ukraine. Many service providers have themselves been displaced. And the referral systems that used to exist before the war have been completely disrupted. So what we are doing, we're deploying mobile teams, reproductive health mobile teams that include obstetricians, physical therapists, and nurses, and psychosocial support mobile teams with psychologists and social workers. We have already expanded or established these services to 12 regions of Ukraine, and they offer really and truly life-saving and much-needed services and referrals for those women and girls. We also provide reproductive health kits, supplies, and equipment to health facilities, as I mentioned before. And we are distributing women essential packs and dignity kits, which contain basic hygiene items for women and girls, including for their menstrual hygiene. And last but not least, we are adapting very fast our programming in Western Ukraine to respond to the growing needs of the population. I mean, the services that were available before the war were designed for a relatively, I don't want to say small population, but for a population that was X. And now we've seen that this X number has increased exponentially in these parts of the country. So taking things to scale is really one of the major challenges and one of the top priorities that we are focusing on these days.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Abbas, the primary health system has been heavily damaged during the conflict. Because of this, many people don't have that first line of care. And that overwhelms secondary lines of health, such as referral hospitals. Can you talk a bit about the implications of this?
Yes, according to the recent ongoing conflict, this led to complete collapse of the health system, especially in the primary health care, where in the rural area. And this led to increase the prevalence of the communicable disease and also the preventable disease. Like we're talking about like the vaccination outbreaks and of the diseases of the outbreak, communicable disease, including like vaccine, preventable disease, like cholera, spreading of cholera, diphtheria, dengue fever, and measles in the countrywide. This with the declined routine immunization covering in the country because of the collapse of the health system and also to the destruction of the primary health care. And the second part also, because of the increase the cost of the transportation and also with the lack of the fuel, so people cannot refer or visit the secondary health care. So one of the programs which we are providing here in Yemen is to ensure that we are providing a referral system between the community level and the rural area to the secondary health care, where most of the secondary health care was overwhelmed with the increased number of the cases, especially with the IDPs who are moving from areas to areas, and also the collapse of the health system. This leads the secondary health care also to cannot providing the complete services needed to the community, especially even the secondary health care. They have a severe lack in the huge lack in the supplies, in the medications, in the medical equipment, and also There's no enough specialists in this secondary healthcare. All of this, which is leading from
Abbas?
the implication of the collapse of the health system inside the country.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry. We unfortunately have run out of time, but
Yes,
I
can
want
you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, thank you. I'm sorry. We've unfortunately run out of time. But thank you so much to our three panelists for bringing us these stories from the incredibly difficult situations in Ethiopia, Yemen, and Ukraine. And thanks to everyone who tuned in today.
Hello, everyone. Hi to good afternoon, both to our live stream audience and also to our audience here in the room. Thank you so much for joining us today. So we have we have a packed agenda this afternoon. I hope you were watching our panels and interviews early on, but we still have more this afternoon. And to be joining us this afternoon is Ms. Lois Pace, Assistant Secretary for Global Affairs at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Lois, can you please join us? First of all, thank you so much for joining us today. I know you've got a very busy schedule, so we appreciate your time. I think this week everyone's so interested really with the amendments to the international health regulations. We've seen the proposed amendments by the US. Can you just walk us through what happened? Like, were we expecting supposedly some kind of adoption this week? Was that the plan, or what happened?
Yeah, that's a good question. Hi, everyone. How are you? It's good to be back in the DevX community. I thought we were going to make you sing at some point. We were waiting so long to get started. So on the amendments, we were, and we still are, working mightily to ensure that we can make some progress on these. Let me just though back up. Coming into this week, we in the U.S. government were really clear that we wanted to make some progress on global health security and the action we all take collectively on global health security, recognizing that if we go home not having done anything, it's not really a great look, right? What did you all get together for in the middle of a pandemic after fighting this for 2 years, only to do nothing? So we in the US government worked with a number of other member states to really look at the existing framework for all this, the international health regulations, and try and understand what could be tweaked across those various regulations. We're referring to those as proposed amendments or targeted amendments. And you're right, Jenny, coming into this week, we said, okay, we probably can't sort of even tackle all 13 of those proposals in 1 week, but we can at least take one piece of it and really just agree to the process of it all and walk away with that sort of success and that win. So we're still hopeful about that, but I can't bury the lead here. I know last night there was an agreement for the working group on preparedness and response to convert into the working group on the international health regulations. So that's a really great sign from all member states that there was agreement that they would at least over the next couple of years work towards these amendments that we put forth.
There were some member states were saying we want to make sure we're part of the conversation. We want to be involved. What's going to be the next process?
Yeah, that's a great question. Sorry, did I cut you off?
No.
Okay, so absolutely. There has been engagement since we put these amendments forward as well. This process started back in 2020. So I have to give credit to many of the staff who from the Department of Health, from the Department of State, who've been working on this for so very long. But it really picked up in earnest in the past year. And there have been ongoing conversations with various member states since then. I think it's been just really hard for everyone to be deeply engaged, again, in the middle of a pandemic. So that's the balance we were trying to strike. We wanted to take action immediately, and we didn't want to use the pandemic as, I hate to say, an excuse for waiting, because then God forbid we lose momentum, right? And I'm looking at Sudhir, who was involved in the independent panel on preparedness and response, who said, you got to act now. And we can't just wait until this is over for us to do anything, because then I think we would find ourselves not really having a lot of enthusiasm or momentum. So that said, member states haven't had as much time as they'd like to really pour through everything, which is why we're happy about the working group. Really just saying, okay, we're going to have the next couple of years to get this done. And we're spending time this week just learning even more about people's concerns or questions.
You mentioned next couple of years, and also the calls for urgency. So that seemed like too far away. Is there a way to kind of move those kinds of discussions and decisions maybe, I don't know, next year, if not this year?
Have you been to WHA? Do you know how this works? So yeah, we're like, whoa, 24 months is lightning speed. Well, we were trying to strike that balance this week by saying, okay, there is one baby article, Article 59, that we could put in place and decide on this week to just get the ball rolling, to your point. And that article is really just about how quickly any amendments or changes come into force. Right now, they're set to take 2 years, right, any changes. And we were just saying, okay, can we set it to be 1 year? So that's the goal this week, is to at least have agreement there. We may or may not get there, right? It remains to be seen. But it just goes to show that we actually do need, at least the next year to understand where we are. Maybe at the end of that year, we can accelerate that process. I don't know. This is still the UN, and it's still 194 member states. And so we also want to be sure the process has the time it deserves for things to actually work.
Well, there's another process happening, right? There's talks about it, the INB with the pandemic instruments. And I was looking at the proposals made by the US. But one thing that I think a lot of people are curious is, where's the teeth, right? Because that's one of the criticisms during this pandemic, the whole compliance aspect. Yeah. And so how can these two important instruments, including the IHR, processes, really have strong enforcement and ensure countries will really follow through what you don't tell them, but actually what they commit to when they sign on to these different agreements or instruments?
No, it's really important, right? Because even the IHRs have binding elements or are binding unto themselves, and so that is helpful in terms of teeth. We don't know yet what form this new instrument will take. One of our concerns is that it's so that to make it binding and to say it's binding outright might almost sort of drive member states to work towards the lowest common denominator. So that's a risk, I think, in saying, okay, we already know that this is going to be something that binds us and everyone's going to be held accountable in this way. And thus, you can get into a room with people and say, well, then I don't really want to do that much, right? So on the other hand, we want to be sure that it's strong enough or enforceable enough that it matters. So the short answer is I don't know where we're going to end up with that, but we're mindful of that. And the reality is we are having very honest conversations about that balance and needing to strike it. This is also why it's really important that people like you in this room, people online, are engaging in this process and the consultations and in all the invitations that are issued for there to be input, because we need to hear from other people actually how we strike that balance too.
No, from IHR, I want to talk to WHO financing. Okay. It's a big story yesterday with the adoption of the recommendations of the working group. Ooh, we're getting some questions from the room. But we've heard also countries, saying this should be linked to improvements, reforms. And I know WHO has been kind of like this endless reform. But for the US, what sort of reforms are you expecting from WHO? I just want to quote because yesterday you made a.
Oh no! Did I say something, Jenny? What are you, a reporter?
So yesterday, post Dr. Tedros' election, he's saying the truth is there's still much more work to do to modernize WHO so that it's more effective and agile. So what reforms are you kind of expecting, like tied to maybe this? This financing.
Okay, so gosh, Jenny, you are really good at this. So a few things. I mean, one issue that we've been tracking that I think people know is the prevention of sexual exploitation and abuse and harassment in WHO's work. So, in addition to caring about what WHO does day to day, their strategy, their $3 billion, we care a lot about how that work gets done. And so that's, coming back to reforms or WHO strengthening, that's largely what we're focused on. So an important example of that is preventing sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassment, especially given the disturbing reports of what happens on the ground during a global health emergency. Things are moving so quickly, and sometimes, many times, this can be swept under the rug. And I think all of us have to be saying no more, right? And it's important that WHO takes action, not just at the level of headquarters, but at a local level. And it's encouraging that Dr. Tedros and other leadership are being responsive. I think we still want to see what their measures or metrics of accountability are across the board. They've taken steps to ensure they're protecting and addressing the needs of survivors. I think we can do even more on the prevention side of things, but that's an example of the kind of reform we're seeking. But there are other sort of more administrative, operational issues that not just the US, but other member states have singled out around the budget process, around human resources. So it's a range of things. And it's not just about Geneva, it's about the work at the country level or regional level too. I think Tedros was able to do quite a bit here, but I'm not sure if we've seen the extent of what's possible in terms of WHO's evolution, especially regarding its relationship to its country offices or regional staff.
So there's this thing that's gone viral, really, and there's been this narrative that the U.S. proposed amendments will cede country sovereignty to the WHO. Can you comment on that and clarify, please?
Can I comment on that? I would like other people in this room to comment on that partly. Yeah, I have been, let's just say I have seen and received many of these messages. Look, first, we've been living through a pandemic that's taken 1 million American lives, 6 million lives directly around the world, more, an estimated 15 million that indirectly. The point is, we got to do something about this. So that's number one. Number two, we have a couple choices. And again, the choice is not to do nothing, right? We have to do something. But we can work on this international instrument that you mentioned. We can also work towards these international health regulations that, again, are already in place. They were last negotiated under the Bush administration, at least for the purposes of the US government, back in 2005, but they're over 15 years old. And so we need to, and we realized that they didn't quite work the way that they were supposed to come COVID, turns out, right? So that's why we're trying to tackle the international health regulations. Now, what specifically are we trying to do with these changes? Because let's be honest, I think with any sort of campaign, we'll call it, I think there's legitimate confusion, and I also think that there's deliberate misinformation. So what we're trying to do with these changes to the international health regulations is make it so that both countries and WHO can act differently and even better than they did during COVID-19. Nobody wants to be living this nightmare again. And one of the major critiques we all heard about both WHO and some governments is that they didn't share information soon enough, they didn't share as much information as they had available, and neither party acted immediately or appropriately. So these tweaks or changes say things like, hey, if you see something happening in your country where people are suddenly starting to die, maybe you want to let people know. And ideally, you let WHO know. And then ideally, WHO can maybe tell some other countries what's going on so that they can keep an eye out for some of the same things. And perhaps even start to pull together more health workers or find some supplies that can protect those health workers, or otherwise just be ready for what could be coming. Those are the changes we are trying to make. It is not about taking away any agency or sovereignty from any individual or from any country or government. Full stop.
Thank you for clarifying that. I think, addressing misinformation, disinformation is really, really important. We have 5 minutes, but I want to make sure I get all of these questions in.
Rapid fire.
Well, now that WHO has been saying the pandemic is not yet over, but the US is seemingly moving to a post-pandemic operating model. What does that mean? Especially for a lot of countries, still, very low vaccination rates. There's still deaths happening. What does that mean for the U.S. global COVID response?
Yeah, so I don't know if everyone in the U.S. has moved on. My boss is just now recovered from COVID-19, so this is something that is very real for us. I still wear my mask by choice, but I appreciate your question, obviously. We just held a global COVID summit a couple of weeks ago. So I think that is our response to your question, to say we're not forgetting that this is a global problem, including at home, but especially outside our borders, because it's real for many folks in a lot of different places. I think what it means for us, though, is we want to ensure we're not just talking about vaccines or vaccinations, but we're talking about the full spectrum of the global COVID response, including testing and treatments, things we didn't hear enough about, I think, in the past year. We also are focused on the healthcare workforce and have talked a lot about that in recent weeks. And then finally, we still can't forget about preparing for the next one because unfortunately we could be here again and again. How do we use this momentum to ensure we're pulling together resources so that we can all be stronger and better at this in the years to come?
One thing that's a hot topic now in the US, and I think for the global community, they want to get a sense of that how that's going to impact your response. The issue of abortion is currently a hot topic in the US. So
how much time do we have left?
Government globally.
Yeah, so these are great questions, Jenny. Look, I mean, I know it's a serious issue that a lot of us are tracking very closely, including those of us in the Department of me and Admiral Levine, who's our Assistant Secretary for Health. And so we stand ready to respond to the decision that we're still waiting on, right? So that's one. Two, is that it would very well send around the world if the U.S. were to, at a federal level, were to go the way of some states. And I think it has felt, and I've heard it's been discouraging to many people in other parts of the world for us to sort of witness this trend. So number three, I think, is, we position even now, but especially later, should this come to pass, to learn from others, frankly. I mean, the president talks a lot about our leadership, but how we can lead with humility. And I think one of those moments where we say, look, we're struggling here. And we are going to have to step up and stand up for people, potentially in a way that we never thought we would need to before. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional talking about this. And so my plea, there are people around the world who are as Americans in our time as in our country that we have taken for granted for so long and will absolutely need regardless of what happens.
Unfortunately, I'm told that we're on time. Really sharing all of these insights to be with us today. Thank you, everyone. From a high-level speaker. I have another. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello again. Great. Well, I'm Kate Wall, Vice President at Dev. Glad to see you all. Partners for today's event, Medtronic LABS. So first, thank you for helping to make this event possible today. So we are going to have a discussion around the role of digital health in improving health outcomes, something that I've heard spoken a lot about this week at some of the side events. And on the stage and representing Medtronic LABS, we have Ann Stake, who's the Chief Strategy and Product Officer, and Eric Angula, who's the Strategic Partnerships, Business Development, and Government Affairs Africa lead. So thank you both for joining us today. So Eric, I would love to start with you. We've had a lot of conversations this week about the impact of COVID on non-communicable diseases and really the attention in health systems, resources, prioritization going towards the COVID response, seeing NCDs maybe deprioritized, seeing patients maybe afraid to go seek routine healthcare, meaning that they go undiagnosed or untreated for chronic issues like hypertension, diabetes. In your experience in Kenya and Ghana, how have you seen your country experience adapt to these changes? While also we've seen some real innovations in digital health too. So what has been the landscape in Kenya and Ghana that maybe we can learn from?
Yeah, thank you so much, Kate, for that question. And indeed, the advent of COVID and even up to this point in time has resulted into a lot of innovations, endeavoring to address the issues of patients not being able to reach, care at the facilities. But let me start by even talking about the burden of NCDs, because that's, I think, where we should start from as we continuously advocate for attention, even as we still are in this pandemic. So if you look at the burden of NCDs continues to grow in Africa. And according to GBD, they record and they estimate that NCDs account for about 39% of all mortality in Kenya and about 46% in Ghana. And if you look at the growth by 2045, indeed, we should have that increase to about 134% increase in the burden of NCDs. If you look at the IDF report 2021 talks about specifically for diabetes 2.1% and in Kenya about 4%. Now, the challenge with NCDs, especially around COVID period, was the fact that majority of patients were afraid because of also misconception. And I'm talking in the context of, indeed, East Africa. We're afraid to go to the facilities because, you know, you have diabetes, you go to the hospital, and then you get COVID, and then that becomes a problem. So as an organization, you know, part of what we did as an exercise during this period was to really call patients one by one, and we called over 10,000 patients just to understand really what are the challenges that you face in these trying times. And it was interesting to really understand and to get to know that patients really travel distances just to access something as small as a blood pressure check. And you can imagine how bad it was for patients who are actually were on insulin, that patients were actually not adherent to care. And so for us as an organization, really what we learned was that we cannot afford for patients to continue receiving care at highest level facilities. One of the key learnings was that we needed to bring NCD care down to the primary care level and really to focus on the community, because that's where we are able to impact patients the most. And so as an organization, our interventions have been geared towards that and really looking at community-based approaches for both ability to screen, but also to link patients to care, upward referral, and then reverse referral. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'd like to follow on at that point with you, Anne, and the importance of community level healthcare. And so how can digital health really help enable that?
Yeah, absolutely. And first of all, thank you so much for listening to us in between the two high-level speakers today. But yeah, as Eric said, I mean, if we're focused on achieving population health outcomes, we have to strengthen community-based healthcare delivery and primary care delivery first and foremost. I think it's said that 80% of health outcomes are determined outside the traditional walls of health facilities. So at Medtronic LABS, what we do is partner with governments and with health systems to really strengthen and extend healthcare delivery and bring health systems to communities themselves. And we do this through designing digital technologies that work directly with health systems, as well as work with our field operations teams to make sure that we're actually able to screen patients directly in the communities, refer them into the facilities to ensure linkage between communities and health systems, and then close that linkage back into the communities through data-driven follow-ups. So super, super critical to what we're doing at LABS.
Yeah, and I know one of the programs I think you all are really proud of and success is the Koopmans program in Ghana, which is a partnership between Medtronic LABS, the Christian Health Association of Ghana, and GIZ. So Eric, can you talk a little bit about why this partnership stands out for you and maybe some lessons learned for others in the room on how to forge a successful partnership like this and enabling technology and in reaching the unreachable and vulnerable?
Thank you so much, Kate. So this program is actually a partnership, and we'll talk a little bit about the importance of partnerships and being able to address the NCD challenge that we are facing right now. And so the Akumapa program, Akumapa is TWI for Ghanaians who are in the house. It means healthy heart. So essentially the program was looking at being able to identify populations who have elevated readings, both high blood pressure as well as blood sugars, and being able to link them to care and then follow them up in the community and really work with the community health nurses. So the distinguishing element in this program is that one is patient-centric, really looking at addressing patient interaction with the health system at all points, and really addressing the patient's need when you look at the continuum of care from the community all the way to the facilities. The second thing is really this program is embedded in the health system. So it's not running parallel. It's not a trial. It is an actual implementation that impacting patient at all levels. And thirdly, the technology that we use is actually, very user-driven, developed by the patients themselves and the communities, and allow my colleague Anne to speak a little bit about that technology and what's special about it.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Eric. I think the first thing that's really important about the work that we do is that design is really at the center of all of our work. So at Medtronic LABS, we have over 200 employees, 95% of whom are based in the countries where we work, including designers and technologists that work every day alongside patients, alongside nurses, clinicians, pharmacists, and Ministry of Health, as well as county governments in the case of Kenya, to really, design every single user experience, every single user interface directly with the stakeholders that we're serving. So in the end, the technology was not designed by us at all, but really designed by our stakeholders. And that's one of the reasons we think that in Kenya, the technology that we've developed called SPICE is now being adopted across the country as the standard of care for diabetes and hypertension through a partnership with funding from World Diabetes Foundation. And to maybe build on it a little bit to bring it to life, since we talked so high level at WHA, I'll explain the solution in a bit more detail. But essentially, we equip and we train community health workers to use our offline first mobile device and point of care diagnostics to screen patients directly in the communities for diabetes, hypertension, and a range of other diseases, refer them into the nearest health facility where they enroll. We also risk stratify the population so that we're able to actually bring some clinical intelligence to community health work. And then community health workers then follow up with the patients directly in the communities, not based on kind of random visits, but based on need and based on risk. So we're bringing kind of that element of data-driven and precision population health to life.
Yeah, I've heard you both describe your approach as both human and system-centered design. But Eric, maybe I'd like to talk about another program you all, that Empower Africa, which actually I've heard others really tout on other panels this week as a real successful program. So I'll give you a chance to brag about that a little. But could you talk a little bit about the role of public-private partnerships and that's how that's really enabled that program to thrive?
Yeah, so foremost, I would start by saying it's no longer 3 Ps, but 4 Ps. And the last P is actually about the patient, because we cannot purport to have a partnership that does not include the end user in mind. The patients are a critical piece of this. We design the solutions for them. And so in Kenya, we have a program that is currently running, and we've been able to work through this with the Ministry of Health. And the focus has always been, how do we build health systems that are able to be sustainable at impact and impactful at scale, and solutions that are also replicable across the region. And so as an organization, PPPs are critical because NCD is a big problem. It's not for one single individual or one single organization to solve. This is something that requires a collective effort. Thank you.
Yeah, and so Anne, following up on that, how do you develop digital tools that are contextualized, individualized, but also scalable? What are some pointers for those of us in the room?
Yeah, great question. Yeah, I think before I was mentioning how important design is to our approach and how important both human-centered design but also system-centered design is. I think a lot of times we hear a lot of hype about, we have to design with and for patients, which we do, but we also can't forget the health system, because if you're not working directly with the Ministry of Health and designing systems that will actually help make decisions for those people that are positions, no one's going to take up that technology, even though maybe the patients love whatever it is that you're building. So we really focus on spending a lot of time with patients to ensure that we're driving towards better outcomes and designing both services and technologies that drive towards better outcomes, but then also spending time in Ministry of Health offices every single day, making sure that we're making technology choices that help them. So an example of that is, in Kenya, we've been working with them to redesign all of their paper-based tools and bring them into our platform. And through that exercise, we've actually revised all of those tools with them and are kind of shifting the thinking away from just, all of the typical survey-based tools that we see out there, where, a lot of the community health tools that are used are just surveys where you take data from households and maybe that data gets loaded up into DHIS2 sometimes, but it's not really leveraged by the health system. And what we're working on with many governments is actually making that data usable both by clinicians to actually drive better health outcomes, but then also by the ministry when they're planning around ordering supplies and commodities. That kind of comes together in an end-to-end model.
Yeah, so we're here at WHA. So what would you like to see come out of these meetings, or for the global health community to do differently? We have many practitioners, experts, policymakers in the room when it comes to leveraging digital health for particularly treating NCDs. Maybe a final call to action to our audience. Eric, I'll start with you.
I think for me, just to reiterate my earlier statement, this is a big problem. And so my call to action is it needs to be a multi-sectoral approach. It no longer can be the reserve of only, the global health practitioners, but let's include every single individual who's touched by this NCD to work together and let this be actionable. I know Anne mentioned earlier that, WHA is a lot of, high level, but let it be actionable partnership, multi-sectoral partnership that then can create impact for our patients. Thank you.
Anne?
Yeah, and I'll just say, if you're tired of reports and pilots and a lot of talk and no action, reach out to us at Medtronic LABS, because we're really focused on actually delivering patient health outcomes with governments. We're growing really fast, and we're all about implementation and driving towards patient outcomes.
Great. Well, thank you both for your partnership and for joining us today and share your insights with our audience. I do see Dr. Atul Gawande waiting in the wings there. I know many are eager to hear from him. I'm glad that we don't have to follow him. So, but thank you. A round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you so much, Kate. Hello, everyone. I'm Amrita Byatnal. I'm a senior editor here at Devex, and I'm really happy to have Atul Gawande as our next guest here. Atul comes to USAID as the Assistant Administrator of Global Health, and he comes into this role with a rich and varied experience. And I have to say, when I told my family back home that I'm going to be interviewing a published author, a Harvard professor, a founder of an innovation lab and a nonprofit, they said, yeah, but when are you going to be doing all of these things next? So thank you.
Like a good Indian parent.
Exactly. So thank you so much for raising the bar for all of us. But while I'm sorry to disappoint my folks, I'm really happy to be having this conversation here with you. Welcome.
Thank you.
So just to jump right in, you joined this role, you joined this organization at a very crucial time in equity for global health. So what are your priorities? What is your plan going forward? There are lots of challenges that have emerged in the last 2 years. So what is the plan to address these challenges?
Yeah, so first to explain to folks, I'm leading global health at USAID, U.S. Agency for International. In this role, I get to lead a team of 2,500 people who are organized in 63 country teams touching more than 100 countries around the world. It's been, USAID has existed since the 1960s and has been doing work in increasing equity in global health ever since John F. Kennedy created the program. And at the core of it is that drew me to it, which is work that I've been doing for the entirety of my public health portion of my career. I'm a surgeon as well. And that has been around the idea of health equity. And by health equity, we mean that what we have discovered during the last century is that, first of all, we've enumerated 70,000 different conditions that human beings can have, 70,000 different ways our lives can be harmed or brought to an end. conditions, we've discovered 6,000 drugs, 4,000 procedures, and a couple thousand public health interventions. Trying to capability town by town, populations with the promise that it brings. That gives people access to that personal opportunity to count on an average for life expectancy with better health for a large. Now, even in my own country of the United States, we have not assured equity, but the job is to try to bring that goal, which every country strives for, the disparities within countries are even larger. And given a level of resource that we can do better and we can achieve remarkable results. And it's a matter of trying to build on those and extend them across other countries. There are many examples we can point to, but I'll just say 3 of my priorities are stemming from the fact that we are now in this pandemic in the first period in more than a century where there's been a global reduction in life expectancy. And understanding what the nature of that reduction in life expectancy is crucial. It has been because of COVID, but it's both the direct and the indirect effects. Direct effects have claimed 5 million, 6 million lives, but the total number of 15 to 18 excess deaths have been outnumbered by the number, especially in low-income countries, of maternal and child deaths, which have increased. So we talked about trying to have improvements getting to the SDG, the Sustainable Development Goals, but we have development going backwards with life expectancy, child mortality, maternal mortality going in the wrong direction these last couple of years. And that's getting even worse because of food insecurity now. We're in the middle of a global infant formula shortage, and malnutrition, I fear, will be worsened. So for these areas, I have 3 priorities: controlling COVID, being better prepared through pandemic prevention and readiness for response for the next pandemic and other health disasters. And third, really trying to strengthen our overall primary healthcare capabilities. We are going to require a systems approach to be successful. And I'm glad to see that that's been such a prominent theme here at the World Health Assembly this year.
Thank you for that. And, touching on primary health care, I think one thing related to that is community health workers and frontline health workers. So is that something that, you'd look forward to working on while you're at USAID?
Yeah, primary health care feels like an abstraction. What are you accomplishing when you're putting money into it? What does it mean we're doing? What you have to understand is it is fundamentally about health workers. President Biden, in his budget request to Congress for the next budget year, has requested $1 billion to be focused on health workers. That is the recognition that that by protecting health workers, ensuring that they're salaried, ensuring that they're trained, and ensuring that they're integrated into the health system and not volunteers in communities without any backup. That's when we get the dramatic effect on multiple things. Number one, we see a 50% to 2/3 reduction in child mortality when you have community-based health workers who are trained, salaried, supported to be able to touch all of the homes in a given area and connected into a primary healthcare system. That has been demonstrated in Ghana, been demonstrated in Ethiopia, and scaling those kinds of programs nationwide is a critical part of success in what we need to accomplish. The last thing I'd say about that is that the health workers are and that system is the base that allows for folks to, yes, target vertical programs addressing HIV, addressing maternal and child health needs like routine immunization, but then they're able to flex in crisis, whether it's about malnutrition that starts to appear, needs for vaccination, tuberculosis, and other areas. And that resilience comes from the workers themselves. We invest in them, the way we support them.
Right, that's so important. And your crises are increasing. Unfortunately, you're also leading the work on Ukraine. So how does that sort of feature in your priorities, and what is the thing that we need right now?
Well, so Ukraine is a great example of the need for how we respond in crisis and what the damage is to our the way our own health systems function. In general, I would say we have an increasing number of health shocks, and that can be war, that can be climate related, it can be other kinds of conflict. And it can be outbreaks as well. And what we've saw in the 2014-2015 Ebola outbreak is that you can have, in that case, 10,000 deaths from Ebola, but it was far outstripped by the number of workers who then were not coming in and not being able to maintain systems for simple child delivery or routine immunization. All of those things fell through, and it was a multiple of 10,000 deaths of the 10,000 deaths for Ebola because the health system wasn't protected. And it's a different set of skills and a different set of capabilities. So in the Ukraine crisis, we decided in the Global Health Bureau, alongside our humanitarian assistance colleagues, to stand up a rapid response capability. That rapid response capability was about addressing the public health needs and the health system risks that were present from the Russian government's war on Ukraine. And in humanitarian assistance, that typically focuses on the immediate acute needs: food, shelter, acute medical care like for trauma. But when you look at what happened within the first weeks of the war, 90% of the pharmacies closed. All of the typical logistics operations that allow medicines to get distributed, all of the liability coverage for the companies that usually do that distribution disappeared. So they pulled out of the scene, and so now meds weren't being distributed. For example, there are 250,000 HIV patients across Ukraine. Their orders for their medications on which their lives depend stopped in February. Their lives depend on those medicines. Well, there are another 80,000 women who are expected to be delivering a baby during the middle of this war. We have much larger numbers of people with TB, in particular drug-resistant TB, whose needs were going to fall apart. And so although we've talked about hundreds, perhaps a couple thousand civilian deaths from direct attacks in the war or worse, it is many-fold that many who are at risk from the health system failures. So we, USAID, fielded a small team to reprogram support that we've been providing there for years in the post-Soviet era, helping support them reduce corruption in their medicines supply chain, be able to have financing for healthcare workers and electronic medical records and supporting their policy, and shifted them to focusing on getting those supply chains back up and running, and doing that in support of the Ministry of, and that Ministry of Health as a result, in part because of our help, we're able to get to 50% of the pharmacies open, and then now 80% of the pharmacies open, with medical supplies moving through, but now with the supplies coming not just from private organizations, in fact, predominantly from 5,000 humanitarian aid organizations, and getting distributed across the country. We've been able to support them with oxygen systems and planning for how to keep oxygen flowing to the hospitals. We've supported them around how to train workers for treating and dealing with potential chemical weapons attacks, and keeping the hospitals protected from a chemical weapon contamination so that the hospitals themselves can function. We've seen escalating cyber attacks trying to pull down the electronic health system, the health information systems that keep the hospitals functioning, and we've been able to successfully partner to give the technical assistance to get those electronic systems into the cloud and hardened against those to take the system down. I'm increasingly convinced this is a different kind of skill set from what ordinary humanitarian assistance is required. And in other disasters, we see a slow motion collapse in Burma of the healthcare system. We see other areas of the world where you can build on the support of you're only as good as your existing health system and your health workers, but enabling them and having teams who understand what their needs are and helping a government or local NGOs maintain resilience of the health system in the face of these attacks, I think is critical. Absolutely will be a significant part of what we want to enable to happen during outbreaks, so that you're not sacrificing the care of mothers and newborn children for the sake of the acute health risks that are mounting.
Right, exactly. And you mentioned, partnering with local governments, and localization has been a key theme for Administrator Samantha Power. And here at Devex, we've been writing a lot about, the movement to decolonize global health. And the way I see it is that decolonizing is the goal, but localization is the way to get it. But how does that really play out on the ground, especially in global health?
Yes, so Administrator Power, who's my boss, who leads global health, has made a commitment that we will aim to achieve 25% of our funding outlays going to locally led organizations. That means local civil society organizations and other organizations in the countries, and that 50% would involve direct local voice as well. And this is critical because that is how you build capacity and build leadership. There is now solid evidence that we usually rely on these large multinationals that to provide aid through, because they have a proven track record and it's an easier channel to work through to get things started. It takes more upfront work. On the other hand, when you've built the capacity with local organizations, we're seeing that there's not a diminution in the output and the success. It does take more work up front, and we have to invest in and make the systems easier to make that possible. But we've seen that's possible. We can get to that point. We can go even farther. PEPFAR as a program has committed to 70% of their work going through local organizations, and our teams have gotten to 62% thus far. They've shown us already what is possible. Thank you for that show of hands. I think this is incredibly important. This is what inclusive development really means. It's not just that we are partnered with countries on their priorities that we're supporting, but that we're also helping build local organizations, even if sometimes they're not always the ones that the government necessarily chooses to back. It's important to build that civil society strong, independent capability as well. Really can I give a great example?
Please do.
So Ukraine is one example. One of the middle-income country that we've been involved in for many years, which is less the norm, but it showed the same way that we have had a number of locally committed organizations, from 100% Life, which is our civil society partner for our HIV/AIDS program, to all of that work I described about bringing corruption out of the system of medical supply chains. And the leader of that work then was brought in by President Zelensky to be now the Minister of Health. And that is an indication of what is possible, that by developing local capability, we find that our partner and guide to what we should be doing in country for President Zelensky on health is precisely the person we've known all along as a partner of ours. And that's what we want to see all the world over.
Thank you so much for that candid answer. One of the challenges that you face right now is convincing the US Congress to keep continuing COVID-19 funding. How do you deal with that? As a seasoned communicator yourself, I'm sure it takes some narrative building, it takes some storytelling to actually show what is needed on the ground. How you
clearly not being effective enough as a storyteller. Look, the world, as we have been through a decline now in Omicron, constantly says, "Oh, now it's over," and so we're tired of even here, right? I see about 10% of you, 20% of you with your masks on, and the rest not. And we're COVID levels are as high as they've ever been. Now we've found ways. We have tools with vaccine. All of you have been using tests, which has been amazing, and we're going to work to keep WHO from being a super spreader event. So we have the tools of rapid tests, vaccines, and increasingly the oral antiviral pills, which can cut the deaths by up to up to almost 90% if you get it within 5 days of symptoms starting. And so those capabilities have started to allow us to disconnect the cases from the deaths. And in high-income parts of the world, that has become our reality. We're able to gather like this, and that's a miracle. But we can easily forget low-income world does not have access to these rapid diagnostic tests. There's barely half a dozen manufacturers that have been approved by WHO at this point, and the production and orders are not there as the markets are not there, and the commitments for buying have not allowed those production lines to be open. And so PPE production, rapid test production, all have dropped through the floor. And when we come to the next surge, we're not ready. Add to it that we don't even have oral antivirals available at all widely. We have just come through the President's Summit, second presidential summit on COVID, in which we reiterated, number one, we need Congress to continue funding, to not cut off the funding for COVID-19 on the US side. We have committed $19 billion, including buying enough vaccines for having enough vaccine supply for 1 billion people in the world to access vaccination. We have reached a point where we now have enough production to have vaccines, but now we have to keep the funding running in order to get the vaccines into arms, to make sure that rapid tests are widely available, that the production lines remain, and that the supply of oral antivirals does not replicate what happened with vaccines, with the rich part of the world absorbing all the supply and none being provided for until later for the lower income parts of the world. So, you know, we want desperately to believe it's over. We have to be prepared for a wide range of outcomes in which we still may have the worst ahead of us. Yes. And finally, we need to have Congress bring in this money.
Do you have a plan B? What if it doesn't work?
Well, part of Plan B was in the presidential summit, we asked for whether countries would come to the table, even though we had not brought, like we have before, you know, billions of dollars in commitment. And the world came forward with $3 billion, $2 billion for acute needs, and almost $1 billion towards pandemic preparedness. That, I think, is a sign of what's to come. We have a Gavi, a global fund replenishment this year, Gavi replenishment. We have polio still ahead of us. And so the world is being called to act. We have shown we will do our part in the US, and we're grateful that the world has given us credit for that and coming forward. But we want to continue to show our own leadership, and we will be calling upon the rest of the world to help as well. And we will get Congress to get there.
Good luck with that, and thank you so much. We will be watching here at Devex. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. I would now like to call my next set of panelists to join. Not really, no, it's fine. And we've just heard from Dr. Atul Gawande. That is definitely a theme for this World Health Assembly, and I'm so glad to be, fleshing this out a little more here with you. My first question is for you, Dr. Gitanji.
Why me?
Inequity has really defined the pandemic for some countries more than others. Are there lessons that we've learned? How do we, what is it that countries that have actually not, done as well as they could have, especially with vaccine equity, what can they do, and where do they find themselves right now?
Well, thank you very much. And I think the key lesson we've learned is that goodwill is not enough. That countries dependent on each other out of goodwill because they were told that, yeah, the world has humanity, has solidarity, and therefore they believed it. Unfortunately, they were duped. So countries in low-income areas believed that COVAX, for example, would be allowed to be ahead of the queue, and they believed it, and they waited, but they waited, and the wait cost them lives. I think out of this is the lesson that when push comes to shove, you are on your own. And the reality is that for us in Africa now, we know we have only about 17% vaccination rate. We know that by long wait has resulted in loss of confidence, loss of trust in the vaccines, and loss of trust in the system. And we have now people saying, why should I get this vaccine if I've been alive for this long? So there is now an uphill task to overcome that challenge. But secondly, also, that the global supply chain must change. And the global supply chain needs to change so that there is commodity security for everybody. Africa specifically has been dependent, 99% of childhood come from outside Africa, 99%. And now Africa is asking itself, so what happens now, and how? Now, when we start to bring that agenda on the table, and then, we bring in several issues. One is that we need assurance for vaccines for this pandemic and for future pandemics. So we want support because the fiscal space or the ability to afford restructuring is low. And it is of the global population, but has less than 3% of the world's GDP. So there is a fiscal space issue that Africans are just waiting because they can afford, but they want to be helped. There's a fiscal space challenge. If you look at countries like Malawi, they're spending $17 per person per year on the entire health system. Whereas OECD, US is spending $5,000. So the question is, moving forward, how do we ensure that we assure our people of security? Is manufacturing, but that manufacturing has to be part of the global supply chain, part of the global production. It can't be that Africa is producing for itself. It has to be that Africa is producing for the world and has to be supported to do so that we can ensure security in future. So this is how I would summarize it. But at the bottom of it is that goodwill is not enough.
That is so important. And Dr. Petra, you've sort of seen this in various countries across the world, and more specifically in conflict-affected areas. So how does this equity really play out on the ground in these countries?
Is it on? Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, inequity has started since the beginning of the pandemic, and it probably hit most conflict areas and communities with compounded crises. Communities that already suffered prior to the pandemic from political unrest, from economical, financial conflicts, and the pandemic came to push these communities further into poverty and under poverty line. I think the second thing that this inequity showed is the element of trust and public confidence. With public health usually stems and it's rooted in trust. And inequity has thinned that trust. And with time, it manifested, whether it was with or with the testing early on, and then with the masks and with the ventilators. So all over the last 2 years, we have seen inequity in access and around the globe in low-income countries, and specifically when we're talking about conflict fragile countries. I can tell you today, 18 countries are below 10% in terms of vaccination rate. 14 of those 18 are countries of fragile. They're considered fragile countries. So that can tell you how has the way the world has responded in terms of access, in terms of prioritization, has affected people's lives. And I agree that with what you said is that unfortunately this inequity has made us lose lots of lives, has driven poor outcomes. And poor outcomes, not just health outcomes, but also socioeconomic livelihood outcomes.
Thank you so much for that. And as you just mentioned, trust building is such an important part of the whole exercise, and there seems to be some failures that we faced in this area. Nina, where do you sort of see it going from here, and what needs to be done to really convince people that you do the right thing?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you to Devex for bringing us together on this panel. Appreciate it, and for your reporting over the course of the pandemic. There were very few places to get solid information about what was happening, and Devex, I think, certainly for the professional development community, was an incredibly important one. So, yeah, there's a lot that has to change to move forward. And when we talk about access to medicines, we often talk about four kind of areas: acceptability, availability, and affordability. And all are really important and have quite different solutions. And some are demand side, making sure people can get access to clinics. And I'll talk a little bit about that. And some are supply side. And where I think we did the global failure was really on the supply side. So the first thing that I think really needs to change is we need a new contract with industry. And we need to hold the industry accountable to make sure that they're thinking about access for low-income countries from the get-go. And I think this is not an impossible task. I think there are a few relatively simple solutions. And one is that the global procurement system, which in this case was some global procurement agencies and high-income countries, can request/demand build in conditionalities when they buy or procure or do advanced purchase agreements, that low-income countries come first in line. And those agreements could also come with tech transfer agreements or know-how sharing. There's a whole range or suite of actions that people could build into those, that high-income countries could build into those contracts to hold industry accountable. So it's not just about TRIPS, and we'll talk about that later in the WTO decision that's upcoming. The second is a focus on delivery. We were quite ahead of the game over the course of the pandemic. I don't know how many of you also sort of stopped saying we in the public health community and started saying they, because we were so divided on so many issues. But in terms of delivery, I think a lot of us said, you got to think about delivery from the get-go. Like, stop talking about supply. We will have supply, it will come, and we have to focus financing on delivery and think about delivery. And in the immunization community, we're actually quite good about thinking about delivery. We know how to do micro planning. We use data to find households, the last child in polio. This is not something new to us. And I think we saw planning. We don't have supply. Countries did these national vaccine development plans that were not fit for purpose. But there was no funding or financing or thinking about really, how to reach the last mile, and it wasn't even the last mile. And what does one need to do on a human rights approach? I mean, we always say that those being reached, which means that those people aren't reached. Same analysis, really critical from the start. Only less than 50 regularly countries
they're really sort of struggling. They have been struggling in many countries. Dr. Kitahi, what is your sort of vantage point on this?
Well, the first thing I would like to say to Nina's point about bringing global voices to the table is that actually I would like the table to be taken to the global voices, actually. And the table needs, and this meeting should next be in Africa, exactly where things are. And I think maybe even in terms of meetings like Davos and the WHA, we must also shift and say, where are the people? I don't know how many people understand that if you're sitting in the global south and you want to come for these meetings, it's a sport, actually. It's a sport. You travel for 15 hours, you book your visa 6 months before, then you wake up at 4 a.m. to be in the visa queue. So a lot of the people who want to come here can't come. They can't. I know a lot of people who couldn't make it for this WHA because they can't travel. So I hope we can take the table to the global south as well, rather than just the voices themselves. The challenges that we have on the vaccine is that we actually, in my view, don't have oversupply yet. In Africa alone, we think that we have, right now we are 17%. You're looking at a target of 70%. So we have more than 600 million people still waiting to get vaccines. 600 million people right now, out of the vaccines received in the continent, about 800 million, 70% of has been given. So you still have very little supplies. The challenge is how things can go out. And as soon as you get 3,000 expire, oh my God, 3,000 expire in Malawi. What you forget is that in the vaccination era, we now up 10% wastage for some vaccines. But for COVID, it was almost impossible to be allowed even 1% wastage because the high-income countries were trying to make a point that Africans didn't want vaccines or the Africans were not ready to vaccinate. That was the real agenda. So the improve the throughput because yes, there are suboptimal systems for vaccination that we accept. And we also have some hesitancy, but we think the bigger challenge is actually the throughput in the health system. Let me explain. 3 studies I've seen, one by Africa CDC, there's a study also by Nature, shows that the vaccine acceptance will be up to 78% in Africa, actually higher than the US. The challenge has been that the vaccines came late, number one, so people had already given up, so you have to go back and tell people this is important, number one. Number two is that the systems haven't been fit for purpose for adult vaccines. Here in the US and in Europe and US, people are used to getting flu shots. Where do you get them? You go to the pharmacy. You go to the pharmacy. Even for COVID, a lot of the people, I don't know how many of you here got your COVID vaccine in a pharmacy. If you did, please raise up your hand. Okay, if I ask that question in Africa, it will be 0. Because pharmacies are not allowed by policy to vaccinate. Pharmacists are not allowed to vaccinate. They're not allowed to give injectables. Health centers open 4 a.m., 10 a.m. and close at 4 because the nurses have to close and submit the data back to the center because the data is not electronic. Weekends, you can't get a vaccine because their health facilities are not open over the weekend for routine vaccination. These are the challenges. They are practical challenges, and we need to resolve them for us to increase the throughput. But we need to move away from the fact that the challenge we have in Africa is absorption. It's not. It's actually the throughput and vaccination capacity, and it's a few policy changes that we are working on to ensure that we can get 70% of the people vaccinated, including health workforce absence, and ensuring that every cadre of the health workforce is involved in the efforts to vaccinate the population.
Right, exactly. And you talk about the lack of structures, and that's obviously exacerbated in conflict areas, Dr. Petra. So how is that dealt with by organizations like you, and what really needs to be put in place?
For the Red Cross, Red Crescent societies, the brand itself and their existence in communities for 100 years. I mean, the Federation was founded in 1918 after the Spanish flu. So this is 100 years now, and the work has been these national societies, these Red Cross, Red Crescent societies have been in these communities for the longest time ever. And our mechanism is this building, engaging the community in solution-based, listening to communities, learning from them, and building off. And we have been able in the last 2 years to reach around 1 billion people in terms of engagement. And more than 400 million have been vaccinated through the Red Cross, Red Crescent societies. And of course, many of those come in middle and low income countries. These are where the national societies are heavily invested and active. And so for us, we go to areas where the last mile, areas that have been left behind. I was sharing yesterday morning in another event the story of the Pakistan Red Crescent that got into community and vaccinated kids that have not been, no one has been there for 15 years. So over more than a decade, no one has received a vaccine in that community. So our strategy is inclusive and reaching the last mile. And but again, it is all managed by access. And if we have the right access, if we are at the table where the decision making is being made, if we bring the voice of the community to the table, and whether these societies are engaged in the country at the right time.
Right, exactly. And I feel like you can't talk about access without talking about equity, and the other way around. We have the WTO ministerial coming up very soon, waiver, and I feel like we're going now from vaccines to treatments, but there's also the question of whether the treatments themselves are going to be accessible, right, Nina? So could you speak a little bit to what that sort of struggle would mean in the future and what we need to watch from that?
Yeah, sure. So as many of you here know, in the coming, in early June, the WTO will discuss a potential trade-related intellectual property waiver, TRIPS waiver, for COVID. And initially it was a very ambitious proposal, which included drugs, vaccines, and diagnostics, and a wide range of tools related to intellectual property. It's watered down to basically patents and vaccines. So I don't want to completely diss that because that's important, but it's definitely not enough. And I think there's a lot of concern by this community. There's a few concerns. One is that it's necessary, but it's not sufficient in vaccines. Vaccines are complex to make. For those of you who work on pneumococcal vaccine, you know it's 200 process steps. So it's about it's about trade secrets, it's about know-how, it's about quality. There's a lot of things that go into making a vaccine in addition to intellectual property, and then it doesn't include drugs or diagnostics. So there's a lot begging, and a draft was leaked, which really shows that it's watered down. And I don't think, nobody seems to be stepping up to the plate saying that that's going to change. And I think for me, I'm just remarked at this monkeypox discussion too. And so, we get this right. We have monkeypox in many parts of West and Central Africa. It's endemic. We have a vaccine for smallpox that works against monkeypox, and it's like sitting in stockpiles. So most high-income countries around the world have been stockpiling vaccines since the eradication of smallpox in order to vaccinate their populations. No discussion yet. We have the US and UK and Europe buying up tons of the vaccines. No discussion about tech transfer. No discussion about, hey, maybe we could take that vaccine and use it, optimize it. It's not a very easy vaccine to give. It's complicated. But maybe we could have taken that vaccine, optimized it, worked with an African producer, and maybe produced it for monkeypox. So I think the fact that that's a very narrow discussion at the WTO isn't helpful for the many public health challenges that we're facing, including the one now directly in front of our face.
Right, exactly. We're all talking about, very sobering challenges here. But if I could just pose a question to all three of you, what gives you hope and what, keeps you working on these issues? Do you want to,
Okay.
Are you hopeful? Is that the question that we should be asking?
Well, that's what happens. We look at each other, we say who will go first, and that's how countries behave. That's how countries behave as well. Who will go first? Let's see who blinks first. Let's keep our vaccines, and if the US gives them out, we can give ours as well. And guarded. I'm guarded. I have hope when I see all of you here. I have hope when I see that 2 years on, I can meet you in person. The last time I was here was 2 years ago, in 2019, more than 2 years ago. But there's hope in humanity because humanity is very resilient. It is our systems actually that have the problem. It's not the people. Our systems have been built, and I'll say this, when I say this, people call me socialist. No, our systems have been built on capitalism. Our systems have been built on the stock exchange. And if you're the CEO of a pharmaceutical company that has some intellectual property and your stock is going up, and you think when you hand over intellectual property, your stock is going to go down, then you are in a fix. Doesn't mean you're a bad person yourself. It just means the system is rigged to make you look inside first and look at personal interest first. And that's where my hope is guarded. It's not on humanity. It's not on each one of you. Each one of you, wherever you come from, whichever country, whatever your religion, whatever your sexual orientation, whatever your color, it doesn't matter. We are one. When we meet, we hug. I've been hugging a lot of people, actually. I'm like, I don't care about, I need to just feel the warmth, okay? Because I have hope in humanity, but I don't have hope in our systems. And I think if the world order doesn't change, then I have no hope that we are going to access commodities for COVID. I have no hope that the WTO conversation will be any better, and not only for COVID. We have had conversations on non-communicable diseases and the role of sugar, and we bring those conversations to WHA, and countries, member states that are producing, actually whose economies are driven on production of sugar products, shoot it down on the floor, and that never goes forward. So I have hope in you, and I have hope in humanity. I don't have hope in our systems. Until they change, the repeat will be over. Even the next pandemic, Africa will still wait for vaccines. Even this, when we get Paxlovid, we are still going to wait. I can assure you, we'll be back here saying, oh, how come the commodity didn't get to Africa in good time? We waited for PPEs, and we'll still wait for the next discovery. Science will win. The systems will fail humanity.
I'm also actually an optimist despite all the negative things that I just said. So I'm hopeful that we will have a treaty at the level of the UN and heads of state, and that we will elevate this over ministers of health, not because ministers of health have been working super hard. We may have some of you in the room, but it's not only a health problem. It really does require, and I think the countries that did well in this had a whole of government approach, which was led by a strong head of state. So I'm hopeful that we actually will come to a treaty. So that's my hope. And I'm also very hopeful to be in a room with people. I come from New York City. I don't know how many of you followed the pandemic in New York, and I know this is global health, but we lost 40,000 people in our city. We have a city of 8 million people. We lost 40,000 people, and we're still losing people. We're still losing people who don't have access to care because we have a very inequitable city. And in the first 2 months of the pandemic, we lost 15,000 people. It was like an Armageddon experience. There were refrigerator trucks on the streets outside hospitals. People were lost in hospitals. So I'm hopeful to see everybody here. I really am. I find it very emotional, and I'm excited also to hug people.
Yes, please clap for Nina. Yes, thank you. Because, when you talk about that, and you talk about how there are people who are still dying now because they have no access. I'm reminded of, I don't know how many of you know Bill Cassidy, the senator of Louisiana, who said that actually our maternal mortality is not too bad if you don't count Black women. So, exactly. So I hope the new governor doesn't say, no, our deaths are not too bad if you don't count Black people. So thanks for raising the issue of equity, because that's really the center of the conversation we are having.
Dr. Petra.
Well, I come from the largest humanitarian organization, has 14 million volunteers. So we're very hopeful. When we live with volunteers that are selfless, that are serving their communities with joy, when we sit with these national societies, and despite the inequity, despite the lack of access, they made it. They were so creative and innovative in protecting their loved ones during COVID and in pandemic and in other outbreaks, whether it's the Ebola. I mean, the story keeps on, the name changes, but it's the story is pretty much the same. I'm very hopeful. I've seen it. I've sat with these people. I've witnessed their dedication, their commitment to making their societies much better. And I really believe that there will be change coming soon in the way global health is gone and it's going. And a lot of these nations are not going to let what happened in the last 2 years repeat itself. Maybe we're not going to see the drastic change we all want to see, but there will be change. I am hopeful. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. One last question to all three panelists. While we're here at the World Health Assembly, what's the one thing that you're hoping to see change at the assembly itself, and what will it take to move the needle? I think we have about 1 minute each.
I'd like to start to see really support for a treaty that's at the level of the UN Secretary General and the UN General Assembly. I'd like to see that, and I still think we're not too late. I heard there's a room where they're discussing the IHR amendments. I think it's like room 18, something. 24. I think we all have to go to room 24.
I think I don't know. I'm actually a bit confused because what I've seen and what I've heard about all the changes, the proposals, the opposition, the fighting in between countries, I just want us to put people first. That's really what I want. In every room, whether it's 18 or 24, I want the first question to be, what do people need? Not what do multinationals need, what do pharmaceutical companies need, what do countries need. I would want to be the board in every room, whatever it is, to ask, what do people need? Because if we focus on the needs of the people, the treaty, the WTO, all this, it'll be so easy to solve because we'll be looking up and saying, what do people need? Let's get back to the table. But every conversation is about what do we need. And that's where the problem is. So I would hope that every conversation will start with what do people need. Then we'll have a much better outcome.
From my side, I think whatever they come up with, it has to be sustained. I mean, we have seen a lot of commitments in the past to very nice and shiny and attractive words. However, nothing has been sustained. And when I talk sustained, I'm not just talking about sustaining it in terms of preaching the choir, sustaining financially. And it has to be coupled with a financial infrastructure and a mechanism that supports it. For the low and middle income countries, and specifically the low income countries, without the prejudgment of whether they have defaulted or not. This is a pandemic. So we've punished some countries because they defaulted on payments, and we actually punished their people. And so I am looking on whatever they come up with, it has to be coupled with a sustained financial infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for those candid answers. Thank you all for being here, and for those watching us online. Really happy to be here. See you next year, hopefully. Thank you so much. And please, for those of you who are in the room, please stick around to join us for a reception. And thanks again for all our partners for making this happen. Thanks. Thank you.